no wonder why I'm comfortable with you. It's all the simple things. Oh, yeah, I wrote this one. Yo, the time, the place, where you just focus on the things that are real in your life. Cause the others, they ain't got
your color grading
what's necessary, the necessary ingredients. But we do. Check it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. Orientation in this place we call Earth. Love from conception, from your mom, your birth. Pops planted the seed in the turf. From there, you must find out what life is worth. Grew up learning your do's and don'ts. Before working on your motor skills, working on your coordination, right? And orientation to what your life. The brand new thing, so gentle the soul we're capturing. In this distance, the alphabets the kids sing. They celebrate when it's time to go outside. As you get older, you learn to let all the troubles in your life just glide away. Stay focused, keep it smooth, keep you cool. Things in life can make it get rude. If you let it, don't let it. 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 If you let it, let it. Let it, what? If you let it, don't let it. Let it. If you let it, what? Don't let it. If you let it, don't let it. Let it. Don't let it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We embark on this journey through your soul. You wanna have a good time. That you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I, on a mission to salvation. Our spirit be our transportation. We think you'll do a little love and that is true. For real, we bring something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I. What? We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it.
Check 1 2 1 2 1 2.
You can have it. We got what you need, you want it.
Yes, it is Friday, May 22nd, 08:59. That's 9 a.m. Central European Time. That makes it 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time in the Americas. What's up, y'all? How's everybody doing? Yeah, I had a nice day off. Actually, I was late, man, coming back from work, but I had to, I got caught up, so I didn't have that much time. But I'm so happy to be back. As you know, the news is just going on and on and on, and you know, Trump is still the lunatic. I mean, this is something that really is pathetic. It's really pathetic. I mean, Trump is bad enough. The country is in bad enough shape. The world is in hysteria. But yet, we don't seem to have a Congress and a Senate that actually finds these things bad. You know, not bad enough to put it to an end. Our government right now just doesn't seem to care what chaos it creates. It's almost like it wants to create chaos. And too bad it's not working for the average American citizen, and too bad it's not working for the rest of the world, because the rest of the world is looking at the US like it's a problem, like, I mean, in a problematic way. Now, if you want to make an argument for why superpowers shouldn't exist, the US just made itself that, it's already, you already have issues with Russia, right? People debating what Russia does. Essentially being autocratic, you know what I'm saying? And very, oppressive at home, right, to its people. I mean, you can't push back in Russia, especially regarding the elections. You can't push back anything. You get thrown out of a window, you die in Russia. So people know that, so they don't even try it anymore. That's been long standing, right? But so people always look to the US as being a little different, but it seems like we just don't care anymore. Seems like our country doesn't care what anybody thinks, doesn't care about anything, its own people or anybody outside. If you're in the United States and you think negatively of the government, they don't care. If you're outside of the United States and you think negatively of the government, they don't care. It's almost like we have become the people we talk about every day. When we talk about other governments, Iran, do we even have a problem with Iran, really? Or are we just saying that? I mean, why don't we like Iran? Since, I mean, all the things that we used to say Iran did that was bad, I mean, do we not do that? Are we not doing that shit? It's like, it's becoming very hard to figure out who the good guys are. And it's just, it's sad to see that taxpayers, voted for elected officials that don't mind this situation, because let it be known, the only people that can stop something right now, before any type of 2028 election, the only people that can get rid of this administration is the Congress and the Senate. And they can do that at any day. Anytime they're tired, they can impeach and remove. They can handle both back to back in 1 day period. You saw how fast they did this this Jeffrey Epstein thing, this Epstein files thing. That shit, once they got enough disposition, is it discharge? Yeah, discharge signatures. That shit just like passed in Congress, and it didn't even take a day to go through the Senate. They can do the same thing, right? And they can do the same thing regarding this regarding Trump, if they wanted to. If they were truly tired of Trump, if they had enough of anything that they're hearing, insider trading, what else? Trump trying to give reparations to Jan 6 members. They don't seem tired of Trump doing shit like that. And I don't know if that's a reflection of whether they like Trump or not, or if they just don't care that the American people's time is being wasted. The American people's money is being wasted, because nonetheless, sure, you shut down some of these things in Congress here and there. Like now that the Republicans are giving some pushback on Jan 6 reparations for Jan 6, right? This is what they're calling it. And they're giving some pushback. But keep in mind, why is that even why are we even wasting time and energy on something like that? Why not just get rid of the motherfucker? You know what I'm saying? Why not just get rid of him, and then you won't have any stupid ass ideas? You see what I mean? You won't have Trump doing stupid shit anymore if you just get rid of him. But it's almost like they're not really tired. They want more stupid shit to come. You see what I mean? They want more hazardous stuff to come. And, yeah. And in case you don't know how the Congress works, any other day of the week, all you do is simply vote to impeach, and then the Senate votes to remove, and then he would have to step down. He wouldn't be in office anymore. He would not be the president. You see what I mean? And or they could do something else. They could do the 25 thing. But the point is that this Americans are not tired of Trump. So everybody outside of the U.S. understand that there are still a core base of Americans, not the majority. But in the United States, we have something called the Electoral College. So it doesn't have to be the majority of citizens for a president to take office. and rule, right? But there's still maybe like 30%, according to polls, that agree 100% with everything that Trump does, and they will never leave his side. You see what I mean? They will stand tall and firm with anything Trump does. If Trump kills their mama, they okay with it. If Trump rapes their daughter or their sister, they're fine with it. They're that loyal to Trump. If Trump kicks them in the head and takes a shit on their face, they cool with it. That's how Trump supporters are weird like that. You know what I mean? He's like a god to them. You see what I'm saying? Like they even say that. They even say this kind of shit, They believe Trump is like is like Christ. I'm not bullshitting you. This is what they believe. And, it's so sad. But nonetheless, you have Trump that's a problem. But that's not the only problem with the United States. Congress and the Senate and our elections are being attacked from every angle whatsoever. I mean, foreign governments attacking. Then you have PACs attacking, making it weak. You know what I mean? Going around blurring the lines, spending money to take over the airwaves, the airspace, your ear space, your eye contact, spending money supporting candidates that really don't care about any U.S. policy inside of the United States of America. You have PACs like that taking control over elections, midterm elections and things like that. And as you saw, the midterms in Kentucky, this was how do you have the most expensive midterm election in history, and you have what is the voter turnout for that shit? Let me see something. Let me pull this back and start off with that. The voter turnout was horrible when it comes to Kentucky. And let's see here. What was it? Hold on, let me see. What was the voter turnout for the Kentucky Republican primary? Let's just see what it was. It's extremely low. It was extremely low. And you might make an argument to say that it's typical, right? But listen, when you have the most expensive primary, Republican primary in history, but most expensive primary, period, in history, and even though it's a Republican primary, it outdoes Democrat primaries. It outdid every primary, Democrat, Republican, Independent, in the history of the country. Only 25% of the voters chimed in. Only 25%. Look, it says out of 3,365 registered voters across the state, only 863,000 ballots were cast. That is over 2 million. That is like 2.6 or 2.5. Yeah, 2.5 million people didn't vote out of 3.3. That is a hell of a lot of people and you know what that says? If you ask me, that spells total blue wave in Kentucky, because if people didn't even give a fuck about voting for any Republicans, this is the best you can get. And they had to spend the most money to get those voters out. The most money in history. You got to understand. That means every Republican in every little area in Kentucky, every citizen, you could have been hiding and you would have still got a message on your phone. Vote Republican, vote this guy. You know, everywhere you turn, you saw a sign. Every highway, every time you left the fucking house, you saw a sign every fucking where. And only 25% of the people voted. That means only 25% of the people are fucking even interested in either of these people. And Massey came close, by the way. Massey came close. His opponent barely outbeat him. And they spent, I mean, this shit is just, PSA, vote for blue. I mean, this is what this tells me. Now, again, I'm not trying to get to any diehard Trump supporters, because they are just they will if you know, if Trump was a big old nutsack, they would be on it, licking it. You know what I'm saying? That's how Trump supporters are. So reason doesn't, you can just forget any reason with them. So I won't waste any time with them. But everybody else who's not a diehard Trump supporter, right? It spells trouble. It means like blue way. Who's the blue contestant? Who's running? What's the Democratic primary going to look like? I'm telling you, it's going to clean up Kentucky, because all they have to do is talk about poverty. Because look, Kentucky is the fourth poorest country in the state. Yo, Dems, talk about programs for the middle class and the poor. That's all you have to fucking do to win. Childcare, if you want to win. Education, if you want to win. Fair housing, fair pay for a job. Just talk about the core values of any Western democracy and you will win. Any Western democracy and you will win. Just the core values of any other Western democracy. Ignore the United States and just pick shit that that's being said by every other Western democracy by default, regardless if it's left or right, because every other democracy outside of the U.S., left or right-wing government or left-wing government, they all believe in fucking universal health care and education. Okay, universal education. So you can just don't even worry about it. Just like just say fuck it. We won't even ask Americans. Let's look at how Canada. What does the fucking Denmark do? What does Sweden do? What does fucking Germany do? What does France? What does everybody else fucking do? Okay, on a left or a right day, and just choose that. You'll be better off than normal U.S. policy. Just look, even if you picked right wing policy in any other Western country, you would be better than the U.S. That is crazy. That is crazy. That is crazy. That's how bad the U.S. is right now. That is how bad it is. Yeah, we have it. You got it in Israel. Israel got, look, and guess what? AIPAC spent more money in this Kentucky election. They spent more money to get rid of, they spent a lot of money in there. And Israel has universal education and universal health care. In America, exactly. Just fuck. I mean, it just makes, sometimes it boggles me. It boggles me. What's going on in Kentucky? Is it all the fucking chicken? Is it all the fried chicken? Is it all the KFC that is fucked with people's brains? I don't know, man. But yo, Kentucky, you got to do better. Okay. But in any case, I pray for Kentucky. You guys are Americans. Hey, I pray for you, Kentucky. Everybody pray for Kentucky. Pray for Kentucky, that there will be change there, that there will be blue change. Dear Lord, please bring something blue, bring something good for the middle class and the poor to Kentucky. Can you please help Kentuckians from the middle class down? Okay, because most Kentuckians are middle class and under. Kentucky's the fourth most poorest state in the country. They need help, Lord. Yes. All right. So thank you. Yeah. So we got that. Now, outside of that, there's more elections going on. And by the way, let me start. There is something very serious going on. I think Mark Elias talked about it first. He talked about this way that the Supreme Court, they created a law, or they created a rule. This new Supreme Court created its own rule to be able to undermine elections. And I think folks might want to take a look at that first. Let me see. Where the hell is it at, though? Where the hell is it at? Oh, I think it's right here. Here we go. 2 seconds. Is it this? Where is it at? Did I not have it in here? I think that's almost one of the more important ones. Let me see here. Maybe I didn't put it in on accident. Let me see. Sorry about that, y'all. Let me cue this up real quick, and then we can get going. I hope everybody had a good day yesterday. I think I found it right here. So let's see here. Boom. Did it go there? Right. Okay, so now we go back and start with democracy docket. Let me see who's in the chat. We got Cardenas. We got, I can't read this Hebrew name, but what's up? Big up to you. Qatar bought the president. He works for them. Yeah, he's working for, I mean, Trump works for everybody but the American people, period. He works for corporations and foreign governments. American people? No. Trump doesn't give a fuck about the American people. That is, if he just, you see, you can't really expect other people to give a fuck about your, so much about your country, not as much as they care about their own. So it's understood. But Trump, he doesn't care. He's the one who does it backwards. He doesn't care about his own. He cares about everybody else's country. It's crazy. I will just never understand it. I will never understand it. Eric, Rafika, what's up? Okay, so let's see here. Let me start off with democracy docket. It's kind of a serious one here. So let's go. Let me see. Is this up now? Boom, it should be. Here we go.
Now in the southern states controlled by Republicans is just a frenzy of activity to try to draw new congressional districts before the 2026 election. And sure, this was all kicked off by the Calais decision, the Supreme Court case that gutted Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. But something more profound is going on. Because anyone who has watched the Supreme Court over the last, decade or so, has noticed that it oftentimes puts pro-democracy victories on hold, right? It comes up with an excuse that says it's too close to the election, it's going to cause confusion, it's going to cause chaos. And yet, here we are, and in the middle of voting in Louisiana, and I can go down the list to other states, the Supreme Court is greenlighting on a fast track permission for all of these states to redistrict. So what's going on here? Well, it all boils down to a made-up legal doctrine called Purcell. You may have heard of this before. It is oftentimes cited for the proposition that courts should not change election rules close to elections, because if they do that, they run the risk of confusing voters. They run the risk of putting burdens on election officials. I mean, in some conceptual sense, this makes sense. But there are two problems. First, it's entirely made up. Congress didn't say there needed to be this doctrine. States have not said there needs to be this doctrine. The Constitution doesn't demand it. No, this is entirely a made-up legal fiction by the Supreme Court. And so that's the first problem. The second, though, is how it's been implemented, or shall we say how it's been wielded. Because it seems over and over again, if you are a set of black voters or Democrats, and you are trying to improve voting rights for an election, you're told to wait. It's too close to the election. Maybe next cycle. But if you're a Republican, or you are representing white voters, then you're on the fast track to relief. And so I'm going to break all of this down. I'm going to go over the sort of the history of how we got here and how unfair this has been. I'm going to try to fill this out and then talk about what we all can do moving forward to protect ourselves from this. And if Democrats ever take control, what they can do to fix this legislatively. Before I do that, though, the one thing you can do for me, the only favor I'm going to ask you to do in this entire video is to subscribe to Democracy Docket. It's free, and the link is in the description below and on the screen right now.
That's right. If you're not subscribed to Democracy Docket, let me pull it up. You need to do that right now. Here you go. You see this? This is their page. Hold on. Oh, wow. You can't see the link? There it is. Democracy Docket. Go there and subscribe. I mean, if you want to hear legal news, what's going on in the courts, Supreme Court, federal courts, state courts regarding democracy, cases being fought on behalf of citizens and their voting rights. This is where you want to go. Mark Elias and his associates, right? They literally fight cases in the courts all over the country. Okay, so it's important that you do that. Yeah. This channel is the bomb, actually. Probably the most one of the most important, if not the most important, right? So let's listen. Again, he's pretty much the authority on voting rights. in the United States, especially when you're talking about fighting cases in the court. So let's go on here. Subscribe to his channel.
Go to democracydocket.com/YouTube. And when you do that, you help us at Democracy Docket get the word out about what is happening to democracy in court. And you'll be able to share that with your friends and family. And that is the only thing I'm going to ask you to do today. As I mentioned, what got me thinking about this, and the reason why I wanted to address it, is because after the Louisiana Calais decision came down, the state of Louisiana suspended its elections. In fact, the governor unilaterally did. The governor issued an emergency declaration, right? The emergency was not like a natural disaster or some act of, terrorism or some, levee broke, right? It wasn't anything like that.
Oh, Eric, I'm sorry. You said Mark has 82 current cases fighting for people's civil rights in the courts right now. Exactly. Yeah, thanks for that.
No,
exactly.
The emergency in his eyes was that people were voting. And he didn't like the way it was going to turn out because essentially it was going to lead to
Stainless. What's up, Stainless?
In which black
Trail Run, I see.
Democrats could elect their candidates of choice. And that, in the eyes of the Republican governor of Louisiana, was an emergency that needed to be fixed. But here's the thing, in order to pull it off, for technical reasons, he needed to go to the Supreme Court and ask them to fast track some paperwork that the Supreme Court does after issuing court decisions. When a court decision comes down from the Supreme Court, it doesn't automatically take effect. It's usually 32 days before it can take effect. And the state of Louisiana went to the Supreme Court and said, hey, would you mind shortening that period? Because we really want to redraw our maps. And if we have to wait 30 days, it's going to be impossible because people are already voting. There are already tens of thousands of ballots that have been cast. Look, I wasn't surprised that the Supreme Court ruled the way it did in Calais. But I looked at this and I said, if the Supreme Court doesn't like rulings on the eve of elections, it's certainly not going to want to change the procedures to sort of bend its own rules simply to allow white voters, who were the plaintiffs in that case, and Republicans who were making the petition. Now, he's not going to bend the rules to do that. Because after all, we're not close to it. We're in the middle of an election. Well, I guess wrong, because the Supreme Court did exactly that. It granted the relief so that Louisiana could move forward.
Yeah, lazy acres, exactly. That they passed it, they did it so it would be actionable immediately. You see, so they didn't have to wait 30 days as typical, as normal. I mean, everything with this ruling was the exact opposite what the Supreme Court normally would not do, and in many cases has already ruled you cannot do. You see what I'm saying regarding elections, but they just went against their own previous views just now for this election because Trump is in trouble. And listen, American people, you pay their taxes. You got to understand the Supreme Court, they work for you. Without your money, they wouldn't have a job. You got to understand that. They are in no way supposed to be siding with political parties, period. They're not supposed to do that. They're supposed to interpret the law. That's it. That is all they're for. You, the American voter, can create the laws by electing representatives in the Senate and in the Congress that write law. The only thing the Supreme Court is supposed to do is interpret and read what the law, what the Constitution already says on this matter, and what case law might be. You see what I mean? They might ask for your arguments in reviewing case law in regarding their your views or interpreting the Constitution. What is already stated in the Constitution, they may need some case law to back it up, to argue it. But they're not supposed to take sides with political parties, regardless of what the issue is. You see what I mean? And that's where this Supreme Court is totally corrupt. Listen, let me ask you something. Does anybody in this chat, regardless of who you voted for, do you think a Supreme Court justice should be taking luxury yacht cruises to fucking Russia without reporting it? I'm talking about a sitting Supreme Court justice taking no U.S. Marshals, taking no Secret Service, taking no people, government agencies to protect them physically. Is that proper? Put a 1 in the chat if you think that's okay to do it as a Supreme Court justice, and put a 2 in the chat if the answer is hell no, because this is the kind of Supreme Court we're dealing with. We have members of the Supreme Court that have literally done that. That is insane. And you pay them. How's that possible? How is that possible? Republican senators going to Moscow. Exactly. But here's the thing. This is a judge that refused to even report it and didn't take any security from the U.S. government with him. So there's no log of his activity. No U.S. agency knows what he was doing there. They can't account for his trip. That shouldn't matter whether you're a Republican or Democrat. Anyone in their right mind should know that's wrong. And if you say it's okay just because you're a Republican, you're a total fucking hypocrite. You're a total hypocrite. No one should even listen to anything else you have to say. And you probably are all cool with Epstein if you say some shit like that anyway. You know what I'm saying? But in any case, this is what we're talking about. When he's talking about Supreme Court, you're talking about justice. A justice actually did that. That's sitting there. And they do other things. They accepted millions of dollars of gifts through their family members and all of this shit. Yo, God damn, if you American people don't demand better, no one is going to fucking take you serious, and no one is definitely going to treat you better if you don't demand that you are treated better. Like, man, oh my, it's just embarrassing. It's American people on the scale of 1 to 10 on the bitch scale. American people are about a 9. They just get like bitch slapped up and told what to do. Give me your fucking taxes, motherfucker. Boom, boom, boom. American people are getting beat up and like, it's like 3 o'clock, motherfucker, America. I'm coming for you, citizen. And you better have my taxes. It's like, damn. It's crazy. It is crazy. Anyway, let me play some more. I'm sorry. I could go on. I don't get it. I'm talking about from the foundation. If your principles are that weak, everything else is going to be whack. Everything else is going to be whack. And Americans' principles, they don't demand shit. American citizens don't demand shit. Man, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
Next came Alabama. Now, Alabama was an interesting one because Alabama was still 10 days away from their election. But there was history here. As in Louisiana, my law firm had represented plaintiffs in those cases, black voters, to get relief. And in Alabama, the courts had essentially blocked the state of Alabama from using the map it wanted to use. We had litigated to the Supreme Court and we had won. And this one seemed like it was settled. But the other thing that made Alabama different is that we had been sort of through this calendar thing with the Supreme Court before.
Right.
Because the original lawsuit challenging the Alabama map was filed in November of 2021, and relief was granted by the end of January of 2022. Yet, in very early February, I think it was February 2nd, 2022, the U.S. Supreme Court blocked our victory. And their reason for saying that you don't get a new map for 2022, that black voters will have to continue to participate in a process that is violating their statutory and constitutional rights, right? A pretty big deal. That the reason for that is because this Purcell doctrine, the idea that if it's too close to the election, changing everything up will be really, really complicated and confusing to people.
The Supreme Court argued this
was a surprise because
this Purcell doctrine time and time again, and now they just completely flipped it. And that is obviously trying to give Republicans some advantage. You're not supposed to do that. You can't treat one party differently than the other. You can't treat one plaintiff differently from the other. That is discrimination. And that is political discrimination. And, there's laws against that shit. For example, you cannot target people because of their political party affiliation. You can't target people. No government agency can target you just because of your political affiliation. They can't discriminate, so you can't use the arm of the government to simply go after liberals. You can't do that. That's fucking illegal according to the Constitution. And you can't side with different political affiliations either. You can't. Down in the Supreme Court. And it is so pathetic. But you see, obviously, through this Purcell doctrine. Let me see here. Let's hear it again.
Pretty big deal. That the reason for that is because this Purcell doctrine.
Exactly. Purcell doctrine, right? You can't just flip it. And the Supreme Court has used this. They've said this year, earlier this year, top of this year. How in the same year can you the same exact judges change their fucking opinion? And it's not the same exact. Yeah, it is the same exact judges. Not really, no. Because they all understand that. They all understood that, right? Pretty much. I don't think it was 6-3. Was it 6-3? But in any case, this is the doctrine they made up. Too. This is also something they made up, but in any case, and had been adhering to. But let's hear some more.
The idea that if it's too close to the election, changing everything up will be really, really complicated.
And it will be really complicated and confusing. You cannot interfere with U.S. elections. And if you make it more complicated in a way that the voter is somehow made to do more than they would normally have to do that day to vote, or at any other part of this vote this year, you're not allowed to do it. For example, in a voting year, you're not allowed to just say, in a federal election year, you're not allowed to just say, now everybody's got to have a new voter ID. You can't say that. That would be called interference. You see what I'm saying? Usually it's like that. You're not supposed to make it harder for someone. Now, when you have your election, right after that, you can have it, so they can rule any way they want and then say it takes effect after this election. Boom. That's perfectly normal. That happens often. But in this case, they were like, people had already voted and they were like, you could change the rules. How does that make sense? How does that make sense? How does it make sense? I don't call it Trump derangement. Yeah, I call it Trump derangement syndrome when Republicans and Trump supporters, that's what they have. Because they will kiss Trump's ass to the end. They demand nothing of Trump. Trump can shit on them and they be like, Donald Trump 2028. Donald Trump, you my daddy. I'll do anything to make you happy. Donald Trump. Yeah, exactly. 3 goddamn potato heads will write a song saying that shit. But it is terrible that they just changed the rules, and it's despicable because look, you can make an argument that people cheat all the time. Yeah, but how bad do you cheat, man? That ain't fucking cool. Like when you just totally can't play fair at nothing, you're lame. That's what you are. When you can't do anything good to where you have to cheat at even just this level of shit, man, you're not for democracy at all. And these people sit up there and talk this shit about democracy all the time, hold up the flag. Stop holding up the fucking flag when you don't even fucking believe in the flag. You don't believe in constitutional law of the United States of America. You don't. And that is what the Constitution is. It's not one single piece of paper. It's an extension. In the first one, it tells you how the rest will come. It writes the rules for how the laws are going to be created in the future. That's what the first one actually says. And people will be like, it's not in the Constitution. No, it's not in the Constitution. It's like, okay, motherfucker, well, almost nothing is that you live by at this point. What the fuck? It's all constitutional law. It's people are out of their goddamn mind, yo. No, it's a democracy, you jackass, because constitutional law made it so. Okay? And see, look, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Robert Logg says, says constitutional republic, not a democracy. No, it's a constitutional republic democracy. It's all of those things because the Constitution has stated it. You see, in the Constitution, it tells you how more things will be added, how what Congress's role is. Congress's role is to enact new law. The Senate's role is to make sure the new law follows the Constitution. Boom. And now it's constitutional law. It's part of it. You know, and in that, they decided you can vote. And until you remove it, you got to have basically 2/3 of the House, 2/3 of the Senate to change. And I forget how many in the House, but you got to have a huge population of people that support that. A lot of representatives. That's not just 51% to make changes like that in the Constitution, you know. So it's a democracy, and your entire life it's been a democracy. How old are you, Robert? Robert must be fucking like, you know, 300 years old. Robert's 251 years old. He's running around talking about constitutional republic, not democracy. This motherfucker was born 251 years old and never grew one day more. He was born 251 years ago and stayed one. Any case, yo, let's go on, man. Let's go on.
Confusing to people. Well, this was a surprise because the primaries in Alabama were not until May. And this was taking place, as I mentioned, in the first week of February. So it wasn't quite on the eve of an election. I mean, it was like early in the campaign for an election, for the primary. But Justice Kavanaugh, writing for 3 of the justices on the shadow docket, you know, that's this emergency docket where they don't really explain everything and they don't follow all of the normal briefing and argument, but they decide really important things. He wrote this: when an election is close at hand, the rules of the road must be clear and settled. And that, quote, late judicial tinkering with election laws can lead to disruption and to unanticipated unfair consequences. I'm not really sure what it was that Justice Kavanaugh thought was not going to be cleared and settled. I mean, presumably there would have to be a new map, but, you know, that's like a matter of drawing new lines, and the courts are capable of doing that. And as I mentioned, we were still 4 months from the primary. And by the way, courts can move the primaries, right? They could push the primaries back. And I was particularly confused when he said that it can lead to disruption and to unanticipated and unfair consequences. It's kind of a curious thing to say that it could lead to unfair consequences when the consequence of postponing the election in 2022 was clearly unfair to the black voters, right? I mean, it was, remember, after they had won a case saying they'd been discriminated against and their constitutional rights had been violated. So if anything was going to be unfair in 2022, it seemed like, well, making the black voters of Alabama continue the indignity of having their rights deprived for another 2 years seemed to be the thing that was going to be the most
and you know
unfair.
And see, the thing about it is that, you know, people might say, well, why do you feel this way? Well, it's easy because the entire administration is predicated upon rolling back people's rights and dismantling what they call woke policy, you know, equity, inclusion. You know what I mean? Equity, inclusion. That's all that is. Just, it's called making sure you don't discriminate on people based on gender, race, color, ethnicity, shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Sexual orientation in the government. That's what that was about. That's what that was about. Just making sure that your taxes don't pay for discrimination. You see what I mean? That's not saying you can't discriminate in other places. That's just saying making sure that your taxes aren't used to discriminate against you. That's very serious. You see what I'm saying? And this government used tax dollars to discriminate against a wide, vast array of Americans. And black Americans, African Americans, is one of them. I mean, they went out and said, you know what? We don't have to do this. We won the election. But just to let people know who we're targeting, let's remove a lot of these black faces on military bases. These pictures, we don't like all these black faces. Let's remove some of them. That's too woke. Okay, is that is that something like you're not supposed to show the different groups of Americans that played a role in the military at the military? You're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to educate your own military people. It's so weak. It's so weak. So of course, then when you tell them, when black people say, hey, you doing this right now is going to result in a lot of black officials losing their seats specifically. That also happens to be one of the byproducts of this. And then these people sit back and say, oh, it's not racism. No, it is racism. What are you talking about? It is exactly racism because of your motive, your whole point, and what it's causing. Everything about it is racist and other things, everything about it. How do you think it? I mean, it's just so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. It's sad to see that. The good thing is black Americans have been through this before, so we know what it's like. You see what I mean? So we're not confused about it. You see what I mean? About what it is. You're helping us prove our case to the rest of the world. When Trump does this, when MAGA exists, African Americans get to come out and say, I told you so. I told you so. How come you didn't listen before? I told you so. Yeah, I did tell you so. Nobody listened. And so black people shut up because nobody listens. Well, now you see, now you got it. Now you finding out what it's like, and other people too. If let's just give an example. If you were Hispanic and you just happen to forget the history of the country and live in the United States of America, fine. You might happen to have forgotten, right? The racism in the history and the bigotry Hispanics have received in the country. You might have forgotten that part of American history and how it happened. But if you are one of those people and you forgot, well, I told you so. See, African Americans get to say that because the only thing they can't do to African American is deport them. You know what I'm saying? Because they can't pull any of it's one of the ethnic groups, Native Americans and African Americans. There's nothing you can say about that ethnic group. They've been around forever. Okay, they've experienced the United States, every part of the United States, that ethnic group, from the beginning to now. They're the most experienced. You know what I'm saying? Especially when it comes to oppression. Native Americans and African Americans, very experienced in that. Very experienced throughout the entire history. The entire history. Since even before it was a country. You see what I mean? So people that just weren't discriminated against before now, or people that were and forgot, now you see what African Americans are talking about. I told you so. And other people feel the effects because African Americans are basically, that is synonymous with middle class and poor. You see what I mean? So it's synonymous in data points with middle class and poor. So that means it intersects with every other middle class and poor person in the country. So when they get harmed, you basically harm the middle class and the poor of the country. That's pretty much what you do. You see what I mean? And if you're too stupid to realize that, hey, man, you need to go back to high school. You need to go back to high school and shit, because people are learning more complex shit in high school than that. That's just called know your history, man. Follow, apply yourself to civics. Goddamn. Just apply yourself. Nobody's asking you to be a genius. Just apply yourself, But so here you have it. I mean, and African Americans the whole time going to be like, I told you so. And even in the African American psyche, I think they're very well aware that some people still won't get it. And they're probably very aware of the types too that just won't get it, that are that stupid or that prejudice on purpose. They would rather hurt themselves than to just not be fair. That's what time of day we're talking about in the United States. People would rather vote against their own issues just to make sure they have the right to be unfair to someone else. What do they call that? cut off your nose to spite your own face, right? That's basically what they do. They cut, they're willing to give up part of themselves, right? Part of their rights just to harm someone else's rights. That is insane. That's called self-destructive, right? Isn't that what that's called? Self-destructive behavior. It is. So, all right, let's continue though. Sorry about that. I don't want to say too much, but it has to be explained so everybody around the world understands what it is. This phenomenon in the U.S. It's not something for intelligent people. It's something for stupid people to experience. Like, I hate to say that, but Americans just haven't figured it out yet. They just haven't figured out how to be fair. Really weird. That's weird.
But nevertheless, the Supreme Court said, nope, can't be in place for 2022.
Oh, shit. Let me see here. Okay. Yeah, we got one of these. Mark is really blowing up the spot here with his information. Let me see here. Yeah, somebody came to my show and said, that all you're saying is opinion. Okay. Yeah. So what? I'm right. My opinion is right also. What's the problem with that? We haven't gotten to the data yet. What Mark Elias is saying is not opinion. It's the fact of it. And I have my opinion about his facts, but I'm also stating facts, but if you want to say it's opinion, yeah, welcome to my show. So you can come and hear my opinion. I'm glad you like to listen to it. What the fuck? Because I wouldn't be wasting my time in somebody's channel I don't agree with. I don't do that. Let's go.
2024 election, that Black Alabamians got a map that they deserved. And right now, as we are recording this, there are 2 Black opportunity districts in Alabama. That is, after all, why, as I mentioned, the Republicans ran back to the Supreme Court to say we need relief from all of this because we want to change that. But here's the thing, everyone. By the time they did that, it was only 10 days away from the primary. Right? We weren't in January, February. We're in May. We're actually in the month that Justice Kavanaugh was saying was just around the corner when we were there in February. And now that we're in May and only 10 days away, now less, no problem at all. And the map can be changed. So this sent me down the road of Purcell and this legal doctrine that Justice Kavanaugh had cited originally that is not being cited now. And I wanted to kind of unpack this because people have sort of come to accept that this is like a legitimate doctrine that maybe is not being applied fairly, but it's more or less on the up and up. And I'm here to tell you it's actually mostly not on the up and up. I said earlier, it may have some intuitive sense, but it has no legal grounding. It's not spelled out. There's no like hard and fast rule. It's just kind of what the Supreme Court thinks at any one time.
Yeah, they actually, what happened is that they've been using this rule to discriminate against Democrats for the last basically 15 damn years, these kind of ideas, right? And now, because they did it so many times, they explained it, they explained it with the constitutional reasoning is behind it, not interfering in elections, meaning not chiming in on changing maps, right? During the election year, right? So you don't do redistricting there, and you don't change the rules of voting during an election year or too close to the election. Well, they've named this and argued this in court, the judges, over and over, you see. And now all of a sudden they've decided that that's not the thing to do. After they use that against Democrats, they decided, since the Republicans are looking so bad right now, they decided to not follow that very rule that they've talked about and discussed and used over and over and over and explained its importance. It's ridiculous. You see, as a matter of fact, I may as well pull that up while we listen to him.
Time about whether we're too close or not too close, whether there'll be disruption or not disruption, whether it will be unfair or fair. And so let me go back in time to the original Purcell case. This was a case out of the state of Arizona. Helen Purcell was the longtime election official in Maricopa County. And there was a new law that was taking effect in Arizona. There were actually a couple of new laws that were taking effect in Arizona. And the lower courts, the district court and the Court of Appeals, were sort of deciding which would take effect and which wouldn't take effect. And I'll be honest with you, it was procedurally quite confusing. It did not line up in the way in which most election law cases do. The district court was saying something, the Court of Appeals was saying something, the Court of Appeals wasn't really clear what it was saying about what the district court was saying. The district court was not clear about what it was doing. And so this case winds up at the U.S. Supreme Court in 2006, on truly the eve of the election. I mean, this is now October of 2006, and there genuinely is confusion. And there genuinely is like uncertainty as to what the hell the courts have actually even ordered the state of Arizona to do. Now, look, I would have argued, and I did at the time, that the laws should be blocked. These were voter suppression laws. But I understood why the Supreme Court was frankly a little frustrated with all of this, because we were all a bit frustrated with it. And what the Supreme Court said in Purcell was that court orders on the eve of elections can result in voter confusion and consequent incentive to remain away from the polls. What it basically was saying is like, look, if people don't know if they need to bring a voter ID, they don't know what the voter registration rules are, there can be confusion, and therefore some people will just not vote because they won't know what they need to bring or not bring in order to vote.
Exactly. So here's an example of that, right? Let me see. Let me pull this up on the screen. Boom, boom, boom. Justice Brett Kavanaugh, in defense of the Purcell principle, right? In the defense of it, right? Kavanaugh says, this is his own words. Kavanaugh is one of the strongest defenders of the principle, arguing that last-minute changes by judges cause massive administrative headaches, right? So, just in 2022, the case regarding Alabama's congressional map, Merrill versus Milligan, Kavanaugh wrote concerning opinion explicitly explaining why Purcell must be enforced. And this is his words. When an election is close at hand, the rules of the road must be clear and stable. Vague, open-ended, and shifting election rules injure voters, and local election officials. Injures. You see that? That word is injure. You see, according to what he said, to be honest, you might rig this election, but I believe states that are forced to do this and states that do this, they can actually sue. And if they dare try to take it to the Supreme Court, they're going to be citing Kavanaugh's own fucking words. Do you understand that? So they might get away with it just this one time, but when it is fought back in courts and it ends up in the Supreme Court's hands, they're going to be using Kavanaugh's own words, saying, you already said you can't do this, and here's your words. When an election is close, you see, they're going to be suing. When an election is close at hand, the rules of the road must be clear and stable. Vague, open-ended, and shifting election rules injure. Injure is criminal. Injure voters and local election officials. The Purcell principle reflects a matter of sheer practicality and necessity. It recognizes that running an election is an extraordinarily complex undertaking. That was Kavanaugh's. Justice Elaine Kagan, right? She critique of the rules misuse. Justice Kagan has been most vocal critic on the bench regarding how the conservative majority uses the principle. In that same 2022 Alabama case, she authored a fiery dissent arguing that the majority was using Purcell as a shield to protect a map that diluted the power of black voters. Right? So they argued it, but at that time, because it was black voters, they were like, you know something? You can't change the map this soon. So black voters had already brought a case You see what I'm saying? And they were like, nah. Too close to the election. You got to live with that map for now. And it was more time than the fucking shit they just did the other day. You see? So, district court, here it is. Here, the district court here did everything right under the law existing today, staying its decision for black Alabamians to suffer. Right. So they actually said, while we hear this case, it has to continue to be the way it was until we're finished. And the Supreme Court was like, nope, can't do that one. You got to make sure that shit exists right now. Okay. Alabamians to suffer what is a clear dilution. The majority's decision accepts Alabama's unlawful map for the upcoming election, and it does so on the basis of the standardless rule Purcell that it handles in the unprincipled way. Okay. So now, in an earlier 2020 case, all right, Kagan similarly warned that the court was treating Purcell as a can't fix it ever rule, stating, so anytime this had anything to do with black voters, typically with harming black voters, typically the 6 Supreme Court justices did the opposite. And the 3 minority made similar arguments like this. And it's a made up doctrine. Purcell. You see, it's just made up. They made it up. It's not constitutional. Right. It's not a law. It's not coming from the Congress. It's not coming from the Senate. It's not signed by the president. It is not constitutional law. It is not law. 3 Chief Justice John Roberts. Okay, so give you an example now. Back to the 6, the big 6. Chief Justice Roberts authored the original unanimous 2006 opinion in Purcell Gonzalez that created the rule. However, he has occasionally split from his conservative colleagues when he feels they are applying his rule too aggressively. In 2022 Alabama redistricting case, Roberts actually voted with the liberal justices against using Purcell, stating that the lower courts had done a thorough job and that the Supreme Court shouldn't use an emergency stay to stop them. The district court properly applied the laws in an extensive opinion with no apparent errors for our correction. To Roberts, if a lower court did a meticulous job well ahead of the schedule, Purcell shouldn't be used as a shortcut to freeze their decision. Right. So they try to use it in the opposite way. Now, here's Keegan, right? Let me see something. Okay, so you can see these 3. These are DNC ones, pretty much, or lefties, you could say. During the height of the COVID-19 pandemic in April 2020, RNC and DNC, the Supreme Court used the Purcell principle to block a lower court's extension for the mail-in ballots in Wisconsin, right? So this has just been normal. Even the right-wing judges use it typically to say, hey, you're too close to the election. But now, under this environment, they started allowing it when it harms certain people. And that's African Americans, And again, that's so sad to see. Now, let me see something. Which judges in the last decision went against the Purcell doctrine, right? Is it a doctrine? Let me see here. Or a rule, right? Okay, to push back. Here we go. Right. And this is the new one. Justice Elaine Kagan. Justice has consistently led the charge against the majority use of the Purcell doctrine on the Supreme Court. And in the case involving Texas congressional maps, a lower trial struck down a heavily redrawn map, finding that it aggressively and racially targeted black Latino districts. However, the Supreme Court's conservative majority used the Purcell stay to put a hold on the ruling, forcing Texans to vote under you see what they did? So this is how they've confused the courts, the lower courts. You see? So it's just chaos with this. Now no one, because the Supreme Court doesn't have a standard in how it applies it. It has been politicized. You see what I mean? So you have the Supreme Court, and then you have the Supreme Courts on the lower level, and they have fucked over the lower courts because now they've gone against the higher court has gone against its own views. So, but let's play some more of Mark here. Let's see.
Like I said, was dubious that this was grounded in any law. And I'd always put the tie to the voter, right? Because after all, if you block the new voter suppression laws, then you really don't have to worry about people showing up and not being able to vote because the new hurdles put in their ways wouldn't apply. But that isn't the way the Supreme Court saw it. They saw this as a question of voter confusion. Voter confusion was the original rationale of Purcell. And there it sort of sat.
Vicky,
like, it
what's
would
up?
occasionally pop up here or there in a lower court case, but it was not like a doctrine that was, or a principle as it's sometimes called, that was doing enormous amount of harm. It was just kind of sitting there in the background causing trouble in cases here and there. And then came 2020. And on this one, I was a direct participant. I was, in 2020, litigating cases around the country to try to ensure that in the middle of a pandemic, the cause of which people were still not certain about, there was no vaccine, there were no reliable tests.
Lazy H Acres, what's up? I appreciate you. Peace out.
Remember, people were being put.
Thanks for subscribing too. Yeah, everybody, if you haven't subscribed to my channel, subscribe to my channel. I appreciate it. Yeah, it'll help a lot more people come and see the videos, and click like also if you don't mind. Thank you so much.
Ventilators. This was the primary of 2020. This is the spring of 2020, right? COVID hits the United States in March, and we're talking about elections taking place in April, May, June, July. And people are trying to figure out social distancing. Like, there's a lot of people who are concerned about voting, and a lot of election officers were not showing up, and election workers were obviously concerned. So we went to court. I went to court on behalf of the Democratic National Committee in Wisconsin. I'd done this, like I said, in other states as well, and argued for some common sense provisions to make sure that we could facilitate all the people who wanted to vote by mail to be able to vote by mail. And again, this is in the primary election, right? So the goal was, let's enfranchise as many people, let's expand vote by mail within reasonable bounds, and let's do it for this primary election, because otherwise, frankly, we may have a primary election in which large numbers of people, in fact, have, quote, incentive to remain away from the polls, right? That is the language from Purcell originally, right? So I'm like, look, if ever there was a case that should urge the court to allow reasonable accommodations to voting by mail, it would be this case, because after all, Purcell was concerned that people would be incentivized to remain away from the polls. And if anything was going to do that, it was going to be COVID. And at the lower court, we won. And at the Court of Appeals, Conservative Court of Appeals, we actually did okay. We mostly won there too. And then it went to the U.S. Supreme Court. In the middle of a pandemic, the Republican National Committee took the position that no accommodation should be made at all. You remember, this is when Donald Trump first started lying about mail-in voting, right? It's before the election that he lost. He was bad-mouthing voting by mail that summer because Republicans seemed to be less concerned about COVID than Democrats, or at least he thought so. So anything he could do to make it, harder to vote in person, or more dangerous to vote in person, and people not being able to vote by mail, the Republican National Committee was in favor of. So they were on the other side of this lawsuit, and it winds up going to the Supreme Court.
You could see right there how just sick that is. I mean, imagine being a political party. COVID is an issue. People are going to be concerned about standing in lines, being around crowds. And what do? You decide you want to make it hard to mail in vote. That's how anti-democratic this Republican Party is. That is evil. That is evil. Like, really, it's a democracy. That power is yielded through votes. That people pay taxes, and instead of helping people vote, you actually make it more difficult. You put people at risk, in harm's way. Literally, they were like, fuck, we don't care if it's COVID. You gonna get your ass out there with everybody else and wait, even in the COVID, even though the doctors have said that's dangerous, you're going to do it anyway. And we don't care what the outcome is. And obviously, a lot of people were scared. But let's continue. That's crazy, man. Listen to this. I never heard that before. I heard it, but I forgot about it. I forgot that they did this.
right? It's before the election that he lost. He was bad mouthing voting by mail that summer because Republicans seemed to be less concerned about COVID than Democrats, or at least he thought so. So anything he could do to make it, harder to vote in person or more dangerous to vote in person and people not being able to vote by mail, the Republican National Committee was in favor of. So they were on the other side of this lawsuit. And it winds up going to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court invokes Purcell, writing that, quote, courts should ordinarily not alter the election rules on the eve of an election. Okay, first of all, in Purcell, they told me, and you, and the Republicans and everybody else, that the concern we had was that voters might be incentivized to stay away from the polls. So I thought we were doing pretty well with our Purcell argument here because, after all, we were trying to solve that problem. But the Supreme Court moved the goalposts and instead, like I said, made the test that courts should ordinarily not alter the election rules on the eve of an election. Now, I was struck when this came out of the Supreme Court by the word ordinary. If ever there was not the ordinary election, it would have been the primary in 2020, where a mass pandemic was killing Americans, in which, Donald Trump, who was the president, shut down the entire government and most of society, and airlines were canceling flights and businesses were closing, right? Like, this was not an ordinary circumstance. So when the Supreme Court says that courts should not ordinarily alter election rules on the eve of an election, I was left asking myself, well, what would that extraordinary circumstance look like if not this? But nevertheless, for an election held in April
Supreme
of
Court full of
2020,
shit.
a month after COVID first appears really in the popular consciousness. I mean, obviously it was around earlier, months earlier, but it really was March that you had all of that explosion of cases and people dying and businesses shutting down. It seemed like this would be it. There was one other thing that the court said, though, in that case from 2020. It said specifically that this was a limitation on lower federal courts. This is something that the Roberts Court does a lot. It sort of carves itself out of all of its rules. So lower courts shouldn't do these things, but the Supreme Court can. I don't really understand why that would be. I mean, after all, if what you're trying to do is prevent voter confusion, it's no more or less confusing if it comes from the Supreme Court than if it comes from a district court. It's no more confusing or less.
The lower courts then don't know how to, if the Supreme Court breaks the standard and sets a new principle, the lower courts are supposed to pretty much follow it. But the Supreme Court is saying, you don't follow us. Follow the lower court rules and wait till it comes here. If it ever gets to us, and then we can just do whatever we want and we can go against your ruling, right? We can go against the lower court. So over something so basic, when can you invoke the Purcell rule? When can you change the rules to an election? How many days before is that possible? How? Under what circumstance is it possible? They just made it totally complicated because they flip-flopped on their own rulings now. In the last 4 years, they've written about it, they've talked about it in their rulings, and they've explained why they do certain things in certain cases. And now they have just made the opposite arguments, as if they never said things in a different way before. You see what I mean? So they've just contradicted themselves. Yo, what's up, Vicky? I appreciate that. Oh, okay, Vicky, there you go. Vicky, what is this? Vicky Schoolcraft. Oh, yeah. Appreciate you. Where you from, Vicky? Let us know where you from. Appreciate that.
Confusion comes from a state court.
But this is the courts.
This
is the courts. And, this might be something that voters need to think about. Like, you're not going to get any justice, period, if you have courts like this. That's a problem. The courts, I'm sorry, they are corrupt in the United States of America, that higher court. And they've shown that. They are just into receiving loads and loads of corporate money. Also doing strange things like taking fancy yacht trips to foreign countries without bringing the goddamn any government security with you to document the trip, to verify your safety. to keep notes on what you're doing in your activities. It's like, what kind of judge goes to another country and leaves the U.S. Marshals, leaves the what is it? Who are the security for the White House and everybody? The not Secret Service, but who is it? The damn, what are they called? The people that keep the security of the White House, keep the security of people in the administration. What are they called? But in any case, the judges don't. One judge didn't even do that. He was like, man, fuck all American security. I don't want any security from the U.S. I'll take the private security from the rich man. The Capitol Police. Yeah, no, it's something else. It's not just the Capitol Police. It's another agency. But that's how corrupt it is. They were like, man, the U.S. Marshals, we don't want them coming with us on this luxury trip. We don't want any government security coming with us. We're going to go privately. We're going to take the rich man's security and go to Russia. Like, that's not screaming like he didn't take the Marshal Services, but he also didn't take the other one that watches the president and all. Secret Service, isn't it? Secret Service. Yeah, he didn't take the Secret Service. Nothing, just nothing. U.S. Marshals, nobody, no government, no U.S. government security. I'm going to take this trip, this luxury cruise with the rich man's security, the rich man, his security, and we going to go to Russia. That's what your taxes are paying for. That's what your taxes are paying for. It doesn't matter who you are. You Republican. You are, especially if you're a Republican, because you could do, this is your people. These are fucking Republicans doing this. Clarence Thomas is a fucking Republican. So is his wife. Adamant Trump supporters. They can just break the rules, man. I don't understand it. And Americans just love paying their salary. I'll pay your salary. Keep doing that. Keep on doing that, man. Yeah, you're going to get a bonus when you do that.
First itself out of all of the
crazy,
tools.
Man.
So lower courts shouldn't do these things, but the Supreme Court can. I don't really understand why that would be. I mean, after all, if what you're trying to do is prevent voter confusion, it's no more or less confusing if it comes from a Supreme Court than if it comes from a district court. It's no more confusing or less confusing if it comes from a state court than a federal court. If you're worried about, the problems of election administration, it's not going to make it easier for the clerks to administer election if an order comes from one court or another. So why is the Supreme Court carving itself out? Well, I think what we've learned is that it's carving itself out because it wants...
Listen, it's changed. It's trying to get this to go down to the lower courts. Look, if you argue this, if this is argued in the Supreme Court, and this, not the Supreme Court, but the Supreme Court uses this Purcell doctrine this way, and they talk about why they rule that way. They explain why they're invoking the Purcell doctrine, right? An attorney in the lower courts will argue it and say, on this day, in this case, the Supreme Court ruled this, and the judge stated this, this, and this, and this about it. This is why, and this is how. So, of course, it's going to interfere. It changes the courts. You see what I mean? So to argue that it doesn't affect the lower courts is crazy. So why did you use it? Why did you make it up, the Purcell rule? Why did you use it at all if you're just going to, abandon it? Why use it in defense sometimes if it's like not going to apply to everything? Every damn, what do you call that? Every what is it? Not defendant. Yeah, every defendant. You see what I mean? So, or defendant, or every person that's a part of the hearing, right? Both sides of the argument, right? So it's just crazy that I don't know, man. I'm sorry. They just fucked up everything. And if they rule like this over and over and over, it's just they're making things way more complicated. I don't even understand how any government, any party could allow this. Like, I just don't understand it. It's only in the United States. Only in the United States. It's terrible. It's terrible.
To be the one who picks the winners and the losers. Because so far, in the chronology I've given you, Democrats and black voters have lost every time. The Arizona case, Republicans were happy, right? The voter suppression laws didn't go into effect. 2020, the RNC was happy. Why? Because most of what we argued for didn't succeed. Now, some of the things we did actually did succeed, even despite the court's order. And obviously in Alabama and Louisiana, which I started this video by talking about, Republicans got fast-tracked. So they're happy there. I mean, there's one other time that they got fast-tracked that I don't want to skip over entirely, and that is after the Texas redistricting. Remember, they drew that gerrymandered map in Texas. My law firm, we sued. We won before the 3-judge court, including Trump nominee. Actually, in many of these cases, including the Alabama case, there were Trump appointees on these panels. And that case, though, in Texas goes to the Supreme Court. I kid you not, in December. Yeah, December of last year. Yeah. If you're following along, you know what happens next. Yeah. The Supreme Court blocks our victory in Texas, lets the map go forward, in part because the district court, quote, had improperly inserted itself into an active primary campaign. Okay, now we're not even talking about elections. Now we're just talking about campaigns. It is December of the non-election year. I mean, there's no way they could say that is injecting themselves on the eve of the election. Now they've changed it to they have inserted themselves into a, quote, active primary campaign. I mean, when is there not an active primary campaign for Congress? I mean, they're up every 2 years.
Exactly. So the Supreme Court, you got to get rid of them. And there has to be some laws, like legislation from Congress and the Senate that address that Supreme Court and this way that they ruled. It needs to be outlawed. You see what I'm saying? Like, they shouldn't just be allowed to be partisan, but particularly the way that they did it is damaging to the rest of the Constitution. It's damaging. If you can just make up the Purcell, you just made it up. It's only there because Congress and the Senate have not acted themselves, So it comes down to the Congress and Senate. It's their fault that it's happening. And voters, if you're not registered to vote, first of all, go out and register to vote, because this is exactly where the voters are supposed to chime in, and they're supposed to say, you know what? We need new laws. We need to vote for someone that is talking about restricting the Supreme Court's, types of rulings, these kind of things, restricting corruption, firing them. Forget this lifelong term. No, if you give somebody a lifelong check, oh, you're finished in the United States. They're gonna just put their hand out to the corporations. Is that what you want? Of course you're going to be cheated. You see what I mean? So they need to make it limit. They need to limit it to like 8 years, something like that, or no more than that. 10 years, no more than 10 years. You see what I mean? Because I just think the country has too much money flowing through it. There's too much corruption. And when the Supreme Court in some ways is like the last line or one of the last lines, of defense for the American people. They're supposed to be defending the rights of the American people. They're not supposed to be playing corrupt. That's like, sorry, you're not needed to do that. People have to take their rights seriously. And when the Supreme Court is willing to undermine it, you got members of the Supreme Court that's willing to do it and just take a check under the table. They have no incentive right now to not keep doing it. And they have indeed just done it over and over and over and over and over. These people are living high off the hog, like corrupt, taking bribes, family members taking bribes. Like, yo, American people, it's your money. Every day you go to work, some of your dollar, your check goes to them to eat well, to get the best health insurance. Their kids get the best education. What do you get out of your taxes?
So, maybe I should just ask.
These judges don't even represent a party that even wants you to have the kind of health care they have. That is crazy.
The Supreme Court, tell me the window when it's not too soon, right? Because if it's too soon, they're going to say it's not ripe. but it's not too late because we're now in an active campaign. Right? I mean, think about it this way. People are going to declare for president for the first time, I think, first candidates, in late November or December of 2027 for the election that will be held in November of 2028.
Yeah.
So if we have a problem in the 2028 election, when am I supposed to bring that up to the courts?
It's over. Yeah, he's making a good point. Yeah, this is, it's always going to be against, it's going to be in favor of the Republicans because there's 6 Republicans and 3 non-Republicans on the Supreme Court. That's it. So it's extremely right wing. You see what I mean? It's 2/3 is right, extremist right wing. 2/3. Like you got to understand something. The right wing in the United States is basically the most extremist right wing in the entire Western world. You see what I'm saying? Like, don't ever forget they attacked the fucking Capitol. You try to do that in France or Germany, your ass is going to jail. Okay, and there won't be a fucking pardon. You will be a felon for the rest of your life. You assault police officers, you will be in jail for years. Okay, you threaten to kill elected officials, you're going to be in jail for years, especially the vice president or a member of parliament. These people just pardon them. Yo, that is crazy. That is crazy. That is crazy. Anyway, yeah. So I just wanted to touch in on that. Now let's see some other. Let's see what else is going on here. I want to see if you're not registered to vote. Get lost, right? We focus. Register to vote. Yeah, and don't wait for the election day. Register to vote months and months in advance if you can, because it takes time to get the proper ID. Right. Whatever the rules are in your state, go find out. Contact your local board of elections. And ask them, your county clerk, your register of voters, or and ask them what you have to do to vote and register to vote, because this vote is about freedom or slavery. This is a very important vote, even though a war happened over that. But listen, if this shit doesn't get fixed, maybe there will be a war if this doesn't get fixed. I mean, simple. Blue states carry a lot of weight because they pay most of the bills in the United States of America. So blue state people understand that, right? They are typically giver states. They pay more in federal taxes than they receive in federal taxes. And a lot of the excess that they earn is given to red states. So there's no way that this can be like accepted, or it shouldn't be accepted by taxpayers. And listen, if red state taxpayers are okay with being bitches, the bitchiest group of right wingers in the Western world, the poorest group of right wingers in the Western world. If you're okay with that, if you're okay with your grandma having poor elder care when she's old, if you're okay with that, because these red states are among the poorest in the country too, right? Fucking Kentucky, goddamn Kentucky, number 4th brokest state in the country, and these people are voting for right wingers. Like, what's wrong with you? What is wrong with you? But this is education. They're not educated. So if you're one of those groups, fine, and you want to live in a state like that, go for it. But blue states, you don't have to accept that shit. Separate, because these red states are dead. They're dead weight. Yeah, straight up. They offer very little, really, in reality, in terms of Western standards. These motherfuckers living in, slavery days, sharecropping days, and it's not a racial thing. All of them, even though poor white people, sharecroppers, can't save a penny. One poll and one narrative. Always in debt.
Sometimes there are competing narratives, and I think it's worth just taking a step back, because I think some people are like, well, the poll said one thing and another thing happened.
And that's what the data says. Yes, it is.
Actually, the polls here differ quite a bit. Democrats lead in choice for Congress. Look at this. New York Times poll came out yesterday, it's 10. That matches with Marist, that was 10. But the Washington Post came out within the last month, that was 5. Fox News came out in the last month, that was 5. And then the CNN poll that we were discussing last week, right? That was a 3-point lead. There's quite this bit of...
Look, basically lost his primary in Kentucky. And look, Kentucky is more concerned about Israel than their own asses. That is insane. That is insane. Only 25% of the population voting population came out to vote. 25% of the registered voters, only 25% came out to vote. I don't know if that's like because they all plan on voting blue or if it's just like, But in any case, the majority of that money was AIPAC money. So that goes to show you these people, they went after Massey because he's the one who wrote the discharge petition for the Epstein vote, and they hated him. They're trying to protect the Epstein pedophiles, right? Israel obviously got something to do with it because why would you spend money protecting the Epstein files, But obviously they got rid of Massey, and he's the dude that got the law. The Epstein file law made, it's him. It's literally him who initiated that. And by writing the actual discharge petition. Now, and they voted against him. The biggest spender, Israeli lobbies. Not lobbies for that are collecting money and advocating for homelessness or poor people to have a fair wage. Not fair housing lobbyists. No, not education lobbyists. No. Not healthcare lobbyists. The Israeli lobby was the most important lobby, the one who spent the most in that primary. What the fuck does Kentucky have to do with Israel? It is insane. It is insane. And I'm not dissing Israel by saying that. I'm saying it is insane that what takes importance is not the middle class and poor in Kentucky. And Israel has universal health care and universal education. And you motherfuckers are too stupid to even want that yourself. I swear the Kentucky Fried Chicken must have gone to these people's brains. I'm serious. Like, seriously. Like, how many buckets of KFC you been eating today? Because something's not popping.
Variance that is going on right here. And you know what? This is actually a good thing. This is a normal thing.
That shit must not be good for your brain cells.
This is what happens when you have margins of error that are going out there. You'd expect
Colonel Sanders, what the fuck did you do to these people?
an average, but then you have a range of possible results around that average, and we're not necessarily sure which one is right if the election were held today. And of course, there's the extra variance of the fact that the election is not being held until November.
All right, a range of possible results.
Yo, peace, Vicky. Peace.
You want to hit a pen, Johnny?
I'm going to hit a pen. There we go.
There you go.
In this
Carol,
case,
what's up, Carol?
Result would be wildly different than that result.
Right. Okay. So you see, this is, of course, the choice, the national popular vote for the House. But what does that mean in terms of seats? What's the difference between, let's say, Democrats winning by 10 versus winning by 3? And this is where it gets really interesting. Okay. So even if you take redistricting into account, given a popular vote win of, let's say, 3 points, what would that mean for Democratic House gains? They gain probably somewhere, an estimate is between 0 and 6 seats, which at the upper end of that range would be enough to take back the House. But in the lower end of that range, that would not be. That would be Republicans holding on. But what about that 10-point lead that you see in Marist, the New York Times? Well, that would be a ginormous blowout. And this is just an estimate. It could be higher, a little bit higher, a little bit lower. But we're talking about an estimate of a Democratic gain of between 20 to 30 seats or more. They could be ending up 245 seats or north of there potentially versus being stuck, let's say, 213, 214, 215, 216, maybe barely getting to a majority. So look, when you see this range of potential results, I want you to keep in mind, yes, Democrats are probably favored to take back the House. It's by no means a guarantee, but they could end up blowing the Republicans right out of the water. All of that is within the margin of error at this point, especially given that we're months from the election.
Yes, the difference between maybe not taking it and taking it by a lot. That's
Correct.
the variance in the polls right now. So, Professor Renton, what does one do What does one do at this stage of the game when you have these polls showing all these different things?
Well, I'm glad you asked that, Professor Berman. And what we would do is we might average the polls together, and you can see that there's been a clear shift towards the Democrats in the average poll. Choice for Congress margin. You go back to Election Day last year, in November of 2025, Democrats were ahead by 4. They're now ahead by 7 in the average poll at this point. And that, if that average held, that would result very much assuredly a clear Democratic majority. And then the last little thing that I will note here is just, Kalshi prediction market chance that Democrats in the midterms, 218 House, and then let's say gaining in the Senate, but not necessarily taking it back. Look at this. 69% chance, a very nice 69% chance. So Democrats are still in the catbird seat here. They're likely to gain the House, likely to gain the Senate, but it's by no means a guarantee. The promise of a Trump presidency in the minds of the American people have turned into a reality, and a reality that for them is a nightmare, because just take a look here. Okay, Trump will or is making you financially worse off, better off. Back in October of 2024, the reason why he won a second term, 44% said better off, outrunning the worse off at 38%. But look at these numbers. Down through the floor on the better off now, just 14%. Just 14%. I see Johnny off on the side shaking his head. Trump making them financially better off. Meanwhile, the worse off up like a rocket. The clear majority now, 57% of Americans now say that Trump is making them financially worse off. Back in 1980, Ronald Reagan asked, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? As America's look back now compared to a year and a half ago, their minds on Donald Trump are definitely saying...
I mean, the numbers, vote, make no mistake about it. I mean, every poll pretty much shows that the majority of Americans, the far majority, right, are pissed off at Trump, like extremely pissed off. They've been saying to Trump, I'm talking about the majority, not every American. Some Americans are doing perfect. I don't understand, I don't understand why a person with $1 million would like to believe there's somebody with $1 billion. A person with $1 million, if you like Trump's policy, you're dumb. You ain't going to have $1 million long, like straight up. But, because that $1 million is not a lot of money. All right. But, that's like, you can be a middle-class millionaire. Did you know that? In the U.S. you can be. But, it's kind of ridiculous, because the economic data shows you who is doing well. And that is the upper 1% is doing the best that they've ever done in the history of the country. Right. The upper 10% is doing okay. Everybody else is doing horrible. And why would a person that's doing well want to be in my chat? Now because this is the chat for regular, everyday people, right? And obviously a billionaire and a multimillionaire is not an average person. So first of all, if you got $1 million or more, put a 1 in the chat. And if you don't, put a 2 in the chat. I'm talking about your own wealth. I ain't talking about no one adjacent to you. Just your own. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't have $1 million. I don't have $1 million. And so I've met a billionaire before, though. I mean, I've been in the room with a billionaire more than once, more than twice, more than 3 times. You see what I mean? So, but that doesn't make me a billionaire. I'm smart enough to know there's a difference between how they want the rules to work for them and the outcome of all things versus how they want it to turn out for me. I'm not dumb. I'm not stupid. I at least know that much about a billionaire, even if they're a nice one. You see what I'm saying? The shit is set up in their favor. Don't you just understand that? Okay. But if you don't have $1 million, that ain't enough. You ain't even nowhere close, man. You're not nowhere close. If you're a millionaire and you capping for right-wing policy, you're dumb. You are dumb. Okay. And then on top of it, every American should want to leave the house and know that their neighborhood is safe and it's for children. And safety is also an economic thing, right? Does everyone in the neighborhood have access to clean drinking water, clean food, shelter, right? Or are some people starving? Are their kids starving? Are there elderly people starving? How well are the elderly doing? How well are the children doing? right? You know, how well are the parents doing? You know, just how well. You would want people to be doing a certain, having a certain lifestyle when you leave the house, because what good is it leaving the house when shit is going perfect for you and 80%, 70%, 50% of everybody else is doing horrible, you know? Like, what good is that? What good is that? Is that a community? Is that a neighborhood? Sometimes when I go back to the U.S. and I drive, because I drive when I'm there, usually take rental cars and things like that, and I'm from the fucking U.S. I'm from Washington, D.C. Born in I was a teenager in the 80s and 90s. You see what I mean? Like, I'm born in 1970. So in the mid 80s, I was 15 years old. In 85, I was 15. You see what I'm saying? And yeah. And so I used to, the window could be down. As crazy as it was in the 90s, the window would be down. Shit, when I ride in the U.S. today, I have that motherfucking door, the window up and the doors locked, 100%. And I don't waste time with the riffraff, and that is terrible because that's how bad it is. There's more poverty. There's more homelessness in D.C. You see what I mean? And it's like that across the country. I think homelessness may have spiked. You see what I mean? But I hate to say it that way. I think I shocked one of my friends because a druggie, as we stopped at the light at nighttime. This was late at night over on Florida Avenue, like on the northeast side, like right. Yeah. Over near Gallaudet, somewhere over there. I don't know if y'all know that, but this is some years back. I stopped when I was visiting DC. We stopped at a light, and I think a druggie was trying to come up to the window, and beg for some money, and I just rolled the window up and locked the motherfucker cheek fast as shit. Cause I was like, I'm not trying to have somebody looking in the window, coughing at me, anything like that. And that's typically, my friend said, damn, man, you like, he was surprised that I did that so fast. But I'm not used to the riffraff no more. I'm not used to the riffraff. You know what I mean? I'm not used to it. Denmark has relatively, even though there's homelessness in Europe, you will find, but Denmark is very limited with homelessness. It's not regular to see homelessness here. I don't know. Americans are used to seeing homelessness. When I went back with the mother of my children, right? My wife at that time, we went back when we were in the U.S., one of our trips when we were in the U.S., all of us together, right? We were going through DC downtown, 14th and K, and there's a park right there. I don't know how many of y'all listening from DC, but there's a park right there. I think it's between I and K, something like that. There's a big ass park outside, and we were walking by there, just enjoying our day, and walked by there, and it was loads of homeless people just started coming towards us, and I just, all the change, I think I had like maybe $5 in quarters at that time, some shit like that. I just gave all that shit up. I just gave it all up. You know what I'm saying? I was like, but here's the thing, my kids and my lady was just like astonished to be in the nation's capital, Washington, D.C., and to see so many homeless people. Like, sorry, the U.S. has way worse problem with homelessness. You won't see that. That is not typical across Europe. That is not typical. Maybe I heard of some places. Some places might be like that in France. Some streets. I'm not sure. France is a pretty big country, but typically in Europe, that's not what you're going to see in the Scandinavia. That's not what you're going to see in most in like Amsterdam, Holland, Brussels. You're not going to see that. But Washington D.C., wow, you wouldn't see that in Denmark and Copenhagen. No, you just see a few. But we have armies of homeless people, and yeah. In any case, I don't even know. Why don't we vote for these things? Why don't we vote to help American people? Why don't we vote to help the sick, the people with mental illness that are, a lot of the people on the street have mental illness issues too. They can't just lift themselves up. You know what I'm saying? But is it humane to help them? Do we have enough money in the country so that they have a home too? We have enough money. but do we have the principles? You know, it's just a question. You know, I'm curious about the voters this time around because you can. This is what you're charged with when you have a vote. It is your say. You can have a country where there isn't that much homelessness. You can. Do you choose to? That's all it is.
He's made them worse off.
I mean, look at that drop, a 30-point drop in a couple of years. And if you think 14% is low.
Yeah, if you think 14% is low, how low can you go? Well, how about this? Okay, Trump Willer is making you financially worse off, better off among independents. Look at this. The better off now is just 8. It's just 8. When you can count it on your hands, you know the number is low. Just 8% say that Trump is making them financially better off among independents. Way, way down from the 40% who said that back in October of 2024 when the better off was outrunning the worse off at 38%. Look at that. That 38%, again, up like a rocket. I feel like I'm at NASA. Look at this. 64% of independents now say that Trump is making them financially worse off. These are numbers we've seen among independents over and over and over again. They have turned against Trump, and now about two-thirds.
I mean, these independent numbers are staggering. I mean, 8% is not zero.
No,
but it's closer to zero than it is to 50.
That's exactly right. When you're closer to 0% than you are to 50% as a politician, you know your numbers are bad.
All right, independents obviously a key swing group. What about some of the groups that were key or have been in the past to Donald Trump's electoral success?
Yeah, normally you want to be winning over independents because the way independents go is the way the nation goes. But you definitely want to be holding on to your base. And of course, one key part of Donald Trump's base is non-college whites without a college degree. And even they are flipping on the president of the United States. Trump is or will make you financially worse off, better off, back.
Yeah, this number, I always laugh at this number. Whites without a college degree. Yeah, exactly. But some people, you know, I wonder, do you need a college degree to know this stuff? You know, you see what I mean? To know better. Do you need a college degree to know better, or should it just been high school that did it? Just a little work experience should make you smarter, right?
In October of 2024, look at that, 54% better off, well outpacing.
But it takes them it has to get really bad, and then still, this is how they have to discuss it, though. You know, at least they wake it up, though. At least they wake it up.
So if at 30%. Now we're looking at basically the inverse. Just 15% say better off among white voters without a college degree. Trump is making them financially better off. And now even there, the majority of non-college whites, a key part of Donald Trump's base, are saying he's making them financially worse off. These are numbers that would make me, if I were a Republican.
Yo, Zach in the chat said, no, they don't need a college degree. I'm dumb as rocks, and it took me just doing a day of reading to learn my lessons about Trump. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn, do you need to be a rocket scientist to understand Trump is fucked up? Like,
I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything. Whatever you want. Grab them by the
Republican running in the midterm elections, quite worried. The bottom line is this. There's been all this talk about, Donald Trump has this floor. Well, I'll tell you, that floor looks like it was built by the worst carpenters I've ever seen because he just keeps falling through that floor. And it's not just the New York Times poll. This is what I think is so important. Yes, the Times poll got people talking, but it just follows a slew of polling data that all...
Notice how all the people that say they voted for Trump, about 95% of them never have shit on their YouTube profiles. It's just like, that's all they have. I voted for Trump. Nothing else. Just it. Boom. End of story.
Shows the same thing.
Somehow I don't believe you.
And that is that Donald Trump is not just under 40%. He's well under 40% in terms of his approval rating. 37% New York Times. CBS came out on Sunday, 37%. Ipsos, 36%.
It's only the trolls these days. Look, the data is on the table. Listen, Andrew, are you white? Are you a white person with no college degree? Because even white men, even white people with no college degree disagree with you. Now, the tables have turned, okay? Let's this motherfucker Andrew in the chat. Look, are you listening? Are you listening, Andrew? Are you listening to them, Andrew? Listen, 9 college whites say they're better off right now. 15% say they're better off. Okay? And now you still voting for Trump? Damn, you must be like even lower. It's not do you don't have a college degree? You don't even have elementary school finished, do you? I think that's what that is.
Making them financially.
In any case, let's move on now.
No outlier. It is part of a much larger trend, Kate Baldwin.
You talked about sub 40. So put that in like a historical context then. What does it look like for president?
Yeah, okay. So you see sub 40, sub 40, sub 40, sub.
It's like somebody went out there, Andrew went out there and said, I wonder who's on the ballot. Let me see. Is there somebody that was the best friend of Epstein for 15 years during his most prolific sex trafficking moments? Is this somebody that was a friend of his on the list? It's Trump. I'm going to vote for him.
Sub 40. Well, you go back in term twos, right, for different presidents.
I mean, you got to be
real dumb.
And there are
only
dumb.
Other 2 presidents who were sub 40 at this point in term 2. And what happens in the midterm elections? Well, sub 40 approval ratings besides Trump at this point in term 2. Well, one was Richard Nixon back in 1974. His party absolutely got crushed in the 1974 midterm elections, suffered huge losses, House and Senate. How about George W. Bush back in 2006? His party lost the House. His party lost the Senate. Again, 30-seat loss in the House for George W. Bush in 2006. A 6-seat loss in the United States Senate. So,
yep, Andrew is a pedo protector.
Historically speaking, of course, we'll have to just wait and see what happens here. Yeah. But historically speaking, Kate Baldwin, when you have a president who has a sub 40 approval rating at this point, their party goes down to defeat in the midterm elections. Big losses for Nixon in 74 with the Republican Party, and Bush's Republican Party lost both the House.
Now, check this out, y'all. Now, here's something else that's happened. I mean, it's good that we see a little bit of that, some of the election data, polling data, right? And polls, right? Now, check this out. The DNC is going to release it. I guess it's released now. Autopsy obtained by the CNN. Right. So the whole autopsy is out. So let me just pivot to that real quick. And then let's see what we can find about it. Yeah, let me dig that up for y'all. 2 seconds. Yo, click the like button if you haven't clicked the like button. Even you, Andrew, click the like button because you spending an awful lot of time here, so you must like it. Now, it says the Democratic National Committee, DNC, released its highly anticipated, and subscribe too if you're not subscribed, released its highly anticipated and deeply controversial 192-page post-election autopsy report. So listen. So Kamala Harris went out there and said released it, and it's actually released. That is crazy. I had no idea that. I thought it was leaked, but it's actually released now. Now let me see. Can I pull this up on the screen? Right. Now, detailing the party's sweeping defeats in 2024 presidential and congressional elections. So they got it all in this report. Now, the release followed months of delays, internal party squabbling, the intense public pressure. DNC Chair Ken Martin initially shelved the document to avoid creating a distraction ahead of 2026 midterm elections, but he ultimately released it unedited and unabridged. I'm glad. We're going to check it out because I'm sorry. Americans, you got to learn, Trump uses this make America great again. And he kind of gave you the idea that he wanted to focus on Americans. If focusing on America means Americans, I kind of thought that that's what MAGA was about. But now we know it's not that. It's just corporations, right? And greed. Now, but this thing right here, I do believe is very important, not just for Democrats. Now, for Democrats, it's important. Independents, it's important. But it should be for Republicans, too, because, look, this is what certain groups of people did not like. And if you want to serve Americans, these are American citizens that they talk about, federal elections. So you can't even say, oh, nah, it's just the illegals I don't care about, or the immigrants, I don't care. Well, you're talking about citizens here. This is only citizens. So the failures would be things that are unpopular, right? That's simple. So you would want to learn from those things, right? I would think. But let's see here. The report authored by veteran Democratic consultant Paul Rivera. Paul Rivera. I said Riviera and shit. Paul Rivera presents a bruising, blunt critique of the party's messaging and strategy, though it simultaneously distances itself from its own findings. Okay, that's according to PBS. Key takeaways from the autopsy: blame placed on the Biden White House. Okay. The report argues that the White House severely mismanaged Kamala Harris's position during her 3.5 years as vice president. It states that the administration did not position or prepare her, leaving her vulnerable when she suddenly took over the ticket. Yeah, it's true. They didn't help the public know what her policies are, and they didn't prepare for it, of course, because she's the vice president. That's not typical that you would do that. So then when people put pressure on Biden, now no Republican, no person that said Biden is old, because my view was that I didn't care if he was old. What I cared about is his policies. So I knew the Supreme Court is right wing and they won't do anything. It doesn't matter if he signs a law. If it's too left, according to them, they would go against it. You see what I mean? I knew that already. That's how the United States work. It has an imbalanced Supreme Court. It has a right-wing Supreme Court, 6 right-wing judges. So even if Congress makes a law, votes on it, even if the Senate approves it, even if the president signs it, they will go back and argue it in the Supreme Court and have it nullified. A lot of things happen that way under the Biden administration. So that's how but in any case, I liked Biden, but a lot of people thought Biden was too old. Now put a 1 in the chat if you were one of the people back then that thought that Biden was too old. Let me see here. I want to see how many people do this. Yeah, put a 1 in the chat if you were one of the people that thought Biden was too old. Put a 2 in the chat if you were one of the people that didn't think he was. I didn't. It wasn't an issue for me. But let me see. Anybody? Put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you thought he was too old. Right? I mean, if you were saying it back then. Not if you were thinking it and didn't say it. But, if that was one of your reasons, if that was something you actually talked about publicly, let me know. Yeah. For me, I didn't really think that wasn't an issue to me, because I looked at Trump and I was like, man, Trump is fucking sick in the head. This, sickness, it doesn't matter how old you are when you're sick. Sick is bad. You shouldn't want a sick young person for a sane, to replace a sane old person with a sick young person. You see what I mean? Why would you want to replace a sane older person with a slightly younger, 2-year younger, 3-year younger sick head? Sick ass friend of the most prolific pedophile and blackmailer. You chose that over a decent old elderly man. Okay, but in any case, now if you were one of those people that said he was too old, then you can't also have the position that, oh man, there was no primary. Democrats ain't have no primary. No shit, Sherlock. No shit. But that's what you asked for when you told Biden to Biden started the primary. Okay, duh. You can't then go back and be like, yeah, but the Democrats ain't have no primary, man. They just chose. They selected Kamala. Asshole, you said he was too old. What the fuck? You can't have it both ways, man. That's all. You can't have it both ways. And, but in any case, okay, so folks said that about him, right? Let's see here. They said he was too old, right? Kamala Harris' position, they didn't give her enough time, right? Because he had already started the primary. I would say this. If you're going to step down, he should have stepped down earlier, not later. It should have been before. He should have said, I'm not going to run for re-election. That would have been the optimal move, I think. That would have gave Kamala Harris all the time she needed, right? Then you would really know if it was her who lost or if it was the situation. If it's America who lost or her that lost, you see. But it says it states that the administration did not position or prepare her, leaving her vulnerable when she suddenly took over the ticket. Specifically, it notes that the administration failed to counter the highly effective Republican narrative, branding her a border czar. The border czar. Oh, yeah. Is that what they think? Look, this is in retrospect, because now this is not what people were thinking. This is what people were thinking. I'm sorry. This is what people were thinking in 2024. That's not what people thinking now, because Trump has shown how crazy he is. So this little branding shit is done. they you know, you could call Trump the border czar. Nothing has been done. What's been done? What is it? I mean, you stopped immigration. Okay. So did that benefit Americans' paychecks? No. Did it bring the cost of goods down? No. So what you got was the corporations got everything, and what you got is some bigotry. That's all. You didn't get any. Your lifestyle didn't go up under Trump. It went down. So it goes to show you that you, again, cut off your nose to spite your face. Because of your bigotry, you were willing to hurt yourself. I said this earlier. You are willing. This is Trump supporters. They are willing to hurt themselves if it means they can hurt someone else. So they don't vote for improving themselves. They vote for hurting someone else, even if they get hurt in the process. Yeah, that's wild. Writing of rural America. Okay. The autopsy delivers a harsh mathematical critique of the campaign's geographic strategy, stating Harris wrote off rural America, assuming urban suburban margins would compensate. The math doesn't work. Okay. That was from AP News. Okay, that's what they're writing that about the report, what the report says. Okay, it warns that Democrats cannot afford to lose rural counties by overwhelming margins and urges future candidates to focus on working class voters rather than relying on heavily abstract issues and identity politics. Yeah, I think they should have pushed. I agree with this assessment. Not that I have any problem with abstract, if you want to call identity abstract thing. What's so abstract about it? The United States has we got Italian Americans, we got all kinds of identities. What you going to do about it? That the whole you got, you have many different types of Americans, so I don't really understand that, but I think what an easier way to say that is focus on what the masses have in common. And what the masses have in common is working class voters. Boom. There you have it. The working class and the poor is the far majority. Why is that not your, where you go with your campaigning? Why? I don't understand that. No pun to abstract issues, but obviously the average American that's not what got them to come out and vote. Right. So messaging mistakes on the economy and Trump. The economy, the report notes that Harris completely lost the economic argument to Donald Trump, largely because aligned super PACs like Future Forward focused too much on trying to improve voters' views of the Democratic economic record rather than aggressively attacking Trump's economic plans. Okay, so some super PACs fucked up, right? Lack of negative firepower. The report claims leadership made a conscious decision not to engage in negative advertising at the scale required, failing to adequately frame Trump as unfit for office despite his felony convictions. Yeah, I agree with that too. Cultural boxes and the male voter collapse. The report highlights that the Trump campaign most effective line of attack targeted Harris' past support for taxpayer-funded, gender-affirming surgeries for prison inmates, leaving her boxed in with no prepared response. It also notes that several strategic failure that a severe strategic failure in reaching male voters included young men of color, warning that the party can no longer assume racial identity alone will secure voters. This is a very weird thing. AP News, I'm not sure what this is about, because just because you're inclusive to African Americans because of your policies doesn't mean party can no longer assume racial identity alone will whoever said that the Republicans assume racial identity is what secure elections? I mean, Democrats. I think it's the opposite. I think Republicans assume racial identity will win them elections. Democrats don't assume this. So they must be talking about that 10% of black men or 20% of black men that have a negative view of the Democratic Party. They say this thing like, get off the Democrat plantation, or stop assuming black people, black people stop, stop. It's this thing like, there was this kind of myth created like that black people only vote for Dems, and that Dems haven't come through for them, so therefore they should try the Republican Party. But the Republican Party is anti-black, pretty much. I mean, they're anti-black. See, black people aren't just black. Black people are poor and middle class. And the Republican Party is not for poor and middle class people. So they are also anti-black. You see that? But they're anti other people. They're anti anybody that's middle class and poor. So middle class and poor people, get your ass out there and vote. You see, if you were pro middle class and poor, you would be pro pretty much African American agenda. Pretty much, right? I mean, who doesn't want help with child care? Who doesn't want access to education? Who doesn't want a fair wage? Who doesn't want those things? So I don't know about that party. I think it's a fallacy that Democratic Party assume that. I just think that is more Republican branding, that the Democratic Party thinks racial identity alone will secure votes. No, who told you that? 5 drastic misallocation and campaign funds. Out of a massive $2 billion campaign award chest, leadership only spent roughly $150 million on direct voter contact, organizing, and door knocking. While I heard that too. I think Friars, he mentioned that to me also. Democratic Party fell short on door knocking, and door knocking is where you get a lot of votes because you're activating people. You're activating people to register to vote also. A lot of people need to be activated by someone else. Some people, they want to vote. They heard about voting. They thought about voting, but just didn't have someone come and say, hey, register to vote. Come here to register to vote. This day, we having a voter registration place here. Come this day. We're going to have cake. We're going to have coffee. We're going to have ice cream. Boom. Come on out, everybody, and register to vote. These kind of things. Also hitting the streets, knocking on doors. The report, you can't register to vote that people, but you can engage them in your politics to excite them about voting. The report calls this an outdated strategy of scarcity that severely crippled local grassroots. Yeah, that was a huge mistake. That was a big mistake. That might have been the biggest, if you ask me. While the report is scathing in some areas it explicitly avoids the most explosive intra-party debates of 2024, Biden's age. Okay, the report completely ignores Biden's decisions to seek re-election despite visible cognitive decline and the party's subsequent panic. Okay, now Gaza war. So it's more people that thought Biden's age. I'm just being honest. Me, I wasn't one of those people. I was a person that said if Biden thinks himself, if he doesn't want to run, then I'm fine with that. I'll support Kamala Harris too, because I know the party's platform. I know the Democratic Party's platform. I listened to Kamala Harris when she became the nominee all of a sudden, and or the person running, and I agreed with what she said. I agree with all of pretty much what Kamala said. And I voted for her. And I didn't have a problem with Biden really or Kamala Harris. Not like people, a lot of people seem to have more of a problem with Biden and Harris than they do with Trump. I mean, now they have a problem with Trump, but they treated Kamala and Harris like Trump, like they had to deal with someone like Trump. They didn't have to deal with anyone anywhere remotely close to Trump. Kamala Harris and Biden were moderates, not extremists. They were moderates pretty much, and extremely respectful in language. And people were like, man, fuck that. Da-da-da. You can't do that. Fuck that. Da-da. And it went out there and voted for Trump. Went out there and voted for Trump, a person who's a million times ill-mannered. He's a fucking felon. You know what I'm saying? And people are out here saying he raped little people. Killed little people. That's what people out here saying. And you voted for a motherfucker like this? The Gaza war. I mean, who could imagine people would do that? I couldn't, but hey, I was obviously wrong. People voted for Trump, all right? And now they're getting their ass kicked. I was right about that, though. I said, if you vote for Trump, you're going to get your ass kicked. The Gaza war, the words Gaza and Israel do not appear anywhere in the nearly 200-page, despite heavy evidence that the administration foreign policy alienated key voters blocks in swing states like Michigan. Okay, so they didn't mention that? The candidate swap process. The rush. See, somebody told me that they mentioned that. I think, I don't know, but it says here it didn't mention it. The Gaza war, the words Gaza and Israel do not appear anywhere in the nearly 200 pages, despite heavy evidence. Okay. The candidate swap process, the rushed undemocratic anointment of Harris after Biden dropped out is treated as an inevitable event rather than a poorly managed crisis. Right. Well, it didn't go against the rules. So there's no rule. The Democratic Party, how you nominate people, how parties pick people, that's entirely, they make their own rules. There's nothing about it in the Constitution. A highly contested document. The release has been marred by international dysfunction. The DNC slapped a prominent red disclaimer across the top of every single page of the report, stating the document reflects the views of the author, not the DNC. The DNC was not provided with the underlying sourcing and therefore cannot independently verify the claims presented. Really? The DNC chair, Ken Martin, openly stated, I'm not proud of this product. It does not meet my standards, pointing out that several sections lack data or are missing entirely, including a formal conclusion. The messy rollout and the report findings highlight a deeply divided Democratic Party currently facing a massive financial deficit, $17 million in debt compared to the RNC's $124 million cash cushion. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know what to say about that, y'all. I like me, myself. I think, as a matter of fact, let me see something here. I want the link to the report. Yeah, I'm going to read this report myself today. I'm going to put it in the chat for folks that want to check it out later themselves. Let me see here. Copy link address, right? Let me put this in the chat. DNC report. DNC report. Boom. There you go. I'm going to take a further look at it and see what it does. Yeah, 310. What's up? I see you. Lisa Lee. People still saying, but Biden. Oh, hell yeah. They're going to be saying, look, somebody said early in the chat, what about Kamala in September, blah, 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 in California? I was like, man, are you not tired of being bitch slapped by Trump yet? People are talking about Kamala. People are going to be talking about, do you remember in 1669? Anything but to deal with the here and now, how you getting your ass beat and robbed. You know what I'm saying? And this is the worst part about it. You can't be real. It can only be trolls because they said something like only 8%. Look at this shit. I mean, let's be honest. This is a real bad. Let's peep this right here. This demographic right here. Look at this. Just to bring this up on the screen one more time. To show people, oh my God, to show people what is going on in America, it must be illustrated this way. Here we go. Here we are to make it very clear for everybody what we're talking about. Okay. Boom. Non-college whites. When you ask, this is the key question here. That you trolls, people that's still out there capping for Jeffrey Epstein's best friend, for you in the chat, your type, okay, your race. Because the Trump supporter is a whole new race of people. They might look like other people. Nah, they different under the skin, yo. I'm telling you. But look, among non-college whites, only 15% think they're better off. And so for anybody to be in this chat capping for Trump, even the whites, the poor whites don't like you anymore. The non-college whites disagree largely. 85%. I mean, that data alone should show you are in the extreme minority now. Okay, October 2024, 54% of non-college whites agreed with Trump. Now it's only 15%. Wow. You know, folks got to just take a look at the data, think about it, ask yourself. I'm sorry. It's just too fucking funny. It's just too funny. I'm sorry. It's way too funny. But in any case, let's look at some more data here before we get into the fun part. It's going to get more fun, y'all. I promise. I know data sometimes is too fucking it's too boring at times, but here, let's do some more. Let's see how this looks. There's more data. So let's do this boring data real quick. See how it turns out. Boom. Here we go. Let's continue.
It's going to be economic costs, gas prices, and like you mentioned, inflation.
Do you see this being more acute in maybe some places we might not expect? Do you see it being a factor in Texas, a factor in Georgia, which Republicans want to win back desperately, take away that seat from John Ossoff?
I think it could be. I think that what you're going to see is the Republicans in the Senate, they're pretty pissed about what happened over the president choosing to endorse Ken Paxton over John Cornyn, just given the, really what John Cornyn has done for not only the GOP, but also for Trump himself. And then to see that play out because of some, discrepancies or some really personal issues that the president has, I think it's a real big gift to Tallarico and puts that seat at risk that it didn't need to be. It doesn't have to be at risk, but because of the president's decisions and the president's actions, Republicans are going to be feeling that pain point when it comes to November. And I don't see that there's going to be much of a turnaround opportunity for them between now and then unless they... Yo,
Adam McKinnon says, yeah, anybody not running on pills, I'll consider a good thing. Yeah. I think Trump is just constantly, he's an aspirin man. You know what I mean? They feeling pumping him with Tylenol and shit, allegedly, to keep his blood thin. And whatever else he's on, I don't know what it is, but
distance themselves.
Oh, the Trump, look, you got Kash Patel. He's a drunk, allegedly. But I mean, yeah, this is what his own staff alleges. It's different when it's the public, the people on the outside, but his own staff say he got a drinking problem. Hegseth. Now, damn well everybody saw Hegseth go to a NATO meeting and chug him while he's answering to the press. Take some shots of liquor. Like, that's a first. They haven't done shit like that since the motherfucking 40s, Like, what the fuck? I mean, it's just full blown embarrassment full blown embarrassment. You know what I'm saying? I'm surprised they not like, just out there doing even more things. And I'm pretty sure they are. But in any case,
the president and point out the fact that the president is patting his own pockets and not delivering on promises he made. For all those people who agree with the president against the EV mandates under the Biden administration, they're now paying double in gas prices for their.
They're paying. Yep, they disagreed with the EV rollout, the infrastructure rollout. Look, you would have way more people driving those cars. You would have had the tax deductions on the EV cars. You would not even be hurt by the Straits of Hormuz. Iran wouldn't be able to go like this to you. Fuck you. Fuck you. And instead, you have to eat that fuck you. And there's nothing you can do about it. Talk about, again, cut your nose off to spite your face. That's Republican views. That's Republic. That is what it is to be a Republican voter. 30% of them are 30% of them are straight up. That is what matters to them. That is all it's about, and it's so sad because they take the rest of us through this kind of pain. They take the rest of us through it, but and there's almost nothing we could do about it. It's like living in the fucking land of Oz,
Oh, Trump,
it's like, here we go.
Daddy. Yeah, I do anything to make you happy. Oh, Trump, you are my daddy. Yeah, I do anything to make you happy.
It is like living in the Twilight Zone. Just another version of Wizard of Oz, except you in there with these motherfuckers. Donald Trump, you are my daddy. It's like it's like what is that? You remember that show that was like, you could go, it was Star something, and you walk through this little machine type thing and you just show up in another universe. This is like the Twilight Zone too. This is Orwellian. This shit is Orwellian, yo. The Trump MAGA thing is Orwellian fucking American. This is like the birds. Yo, this is like the birds. Yo, this is a fucking nightmare and shit. You know what I'm saying? Yo, what the fuck happened? This is just, wow. This is Norman Bates. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, Trump, you are my daddy. Yeah, I do anything to make you happy.
Yeah, I mean, this is what took over the White House. and these are the people that set legislation. They set law. This is why you ain't going to have a tax break on the EV in the United States. It's because of them. This is why this is why the Straits of Hormuz gotcha. The Straits of Hormuz, they gotcha. You can't do a damn thing about it because these dumbasses right here, this is the brain of the MAGA movement.
Oh, Trump, you are my daddy. Yeah, I do anything to make you happy. Oh, Trump, you are my daddy.
Lisa Lee, you absolutely right. They will stand in line for Trump to slap him with his thang. Come in, get some of this. Like, damn, like seriously, this is pathetic. This is pathetic. I mean, that's why you got to see this and high gas prices is synonymous with each other. You see what I mean? This and inflation. This and inflation. This is synonymous. This is what you call inflation. Look at it. So one of these motherfuckers should have a shirt that just says inflation on it with big bold letters and shit. Because they look heavily inflated. But this is the Trump the Trump administration. This is synonymous waste, gluttony. You know what I mean? Like high gas prices. Rent. You got to pay more now for your rent, for your apartment. You got to pay extra for those little, a few feet. 2 more feet is going to cost you $100 a month because of these motherfuckers. Anyway, let's move on now. Let me move on. Sorry.
Yeah, and we pointed that out. I mean, if Donald Trump wanted to empower gasoline and empower fossil fuels, starting a war with Iran and cutting off fossil fuels and the supply for the country and making gas prices go up everywhere, including here at home. At the same time, as he's cutting off EVs, not smart politically, not smart strategically. Let me put up a Fox News poll because I think this is so interesting. We know how independents feel. We know how Democrats feel about Donald Trump. The independent number, as you know, Alex, has just gone way up through the roof. But look at Republicans, MAGA Republicans. Trump's approval is 80% among MAGA Republicans. That's an all-time low for MAGA Republicans and Donald Trump. Non-MAGA Republicans, only 54% think he's doing a good job. White voters, 43% think he's doing a good job. Rural voters, 43% think he's doing a good job. This is the squishiest Donald Trump has ever been among Republicans.
Yeah, it suggests that the floor may not be a floor at all, that he may have further to go. We've sort of operated under the assumption that he'll always have like 30% of the country with him, but that may not be true. And you got to look at the macroeconomic factors here. We talked about corruption a lot at the beginning of the show, Katie, and I think one of the reasons why that message is more resonant right now is because Americans are hurting financially. They can't afford to drive to summer vacations. They can't afford the hamburger meat for the Memorial Day barbecue. Maybe they can't afford the air conditioning. They certainly don't have extra money for, purchase power. The purchase power has been grossly diminished. A lot of them are just buying things on credit at this point. If you're a young American, you're worried about all this plus the AI revolution that this administration has done nothing to have a real conversation about. I mean, he's effectively forsaken the economic concerns of Americans at the same time that he's dead set on building a ballroom and repainting the reflecting pool for millions and millions of dollars and erecting an arch and going to war with Iran for reasons nobody can quite articulate, and is sacrificing Americans' health and financial well-being in the process. That's why the sort of corruption message, I think, right now resonates more than it would in any other year, because Americans are in pain. And if you go into the crosstabs of that polling that you just showed, if you go into, subsections of white, non-college educated voters, he's losing them in greater numbers than he had in 2024. Young people, he has a 19% approval rating among voters 18 to 29. I mean, he is hemorrhaging votes. The idea that he's going to hold on to the coalition that he had in 2024 with young people, independents, Latinos, young men of color, they're all gone. And he's done nothing to keep them in the tent.
Alex.
Yo, somebody in the chat, who said this? Let me see here. Somebody said, what is it? You're Christian. Yeah, this is it. Okay, it said this. Your Christian extremists have been calling Democrats evil for decades. Yeah, exactly. They've turned the concept that your taxes, that the concept that the voter, the citizen, the government works for the citizen. That concept has been made evil in the United States of America. The idea that taxes are actually supposed to make Americans' lives better. Like all Americans, if you're a part of the tax system, those taxes are supposed to be working to make your life easier. That part of the concept of democracy and taxation without representation, that's been lost in the United States. Now they look down on people that believe taxes should be benefiting the average American. It should be that tax that tax revenue generated should be working on behalf of the citizen to make their life easier. They've totally demonized this now. The United States is so extreme at this point. It's the only Western country pretty much that doesn't have universal health care or education. These are things that aren't really considered left anymore. It's considered center smart across the rest of the Western world. And yet in the U.S., that's considered left. That shows you how extreme the country is. You see what I mean? It's turned center politics into left politics. Right, you almost can't even recognize it, across the Western world. It's that the right wing is that extreme in the United States. It is damn near pure. Outside of the hatred that they promote, when you're dealing with policy, it is purely corporate policy. Make things cheaper for the wealthy, make things cheaper for the corporations, and do nothing else for anybody else. Anybody else is a beggar. Basically, it's bad. It's bad, man. It's bad in the U.S. It's also tiring. It's pathetic. It's not Western values. That's what I would say. I'm an American citizen, born and raised in Washington, D.C. Both sides of my family go back to the colonial period. But as a grown-ass man, I live outside of the U.S. I live in Denmark. So how I see these things has changed over time. And sorry. I've just learned a lot more living outside of the U.S. And I know I've done the data. The U.S. is the only Western country doesn't have universal health care, doesn't have universal education. I could go on and cite facts. In the U.S., basically about 45% of your tax dollars goes to something you can see in your community, something that directly impacts your life, right? That's in the U.S., 45% of the taxes you pay. Soon as you leave, it jumps up to 60%. In some countries like Denmark, it's 70 to 75%. You see what I mean? So everybody else in the West uses tax dollars to support their middle class and poor more than the United States does. So it's just something to think about. It's something to think about.
Do they stay at home or do they vote for the Democrat?
Yo, who said this? Somebody said, look at this. Somebody said, real talk, whites. Yeah, this is, who is this? Sorry about that. Who is this I'm looking at right here? Shinya. What is this? Shinra Moore. I'm sorry. Yeah, says that real talk, whites and blacks need to come together because they trying to replace all of us with oh really? Damn, I don't know what that was about. You just kind of made a good comment turn negative. So yeah, in any case, I like the part about Americans need to come together, black and white too. Yeah, of course. But everybody, American citizens need to come together and just start thinking about American citizens. And I'm not talking about anti-immigrant thinking about American citizens. I mean, think about American citizens when you think about their rights to have a job that pays a fair wage, their rights to have access to education, their right to have access to health care, their right to have access to elder care, their right to have access to child care, fair housing, their right to have access to fair housing, because in terms of your rights and those things in the Western world, the United States is last for those things. Every other taxpayer in every other Western country gets way better treatment from their government than the United States citizens are. United States citizens are like, you guys are last in the West right now. You're used to it too. You're used to being treated that way. That's the scary part. But in any case, let's go on.
Members of his own party, he has managed to take out in the past month. I'd note it took $33 million to take out Massey, most expensive race in congressional history. And now he's expanding the battlefield of his Republican civil war, though I would note, threatening not just Republicans in ruby red districts who will be replaced by other Republicans, but Republicans like Brian Fitzpatrick, who represents a crucial swing district Republicans are trying desperately to hold on to this November. To put a fine point on it, I think you all get this, but if Trump takes out Brian Fitzpatrick, a Democrat takes that seat, not a Republican. So how did Brian Fitzpatrick take Trump's not-so-veiled threat? Did he cower in fear from a president who is bragging about the foes he's taken out from his own party? Well, here was Brian Fitzpatrick just a few hours later when he was asked about Trump's new slush fund for Capitol rioters, a.k.a. the so-called anti-weaponization fund.
What do you make of this $1.7 billion fund for,
Sade Adams says Trump is pocketing most of the money. He's pocketing a hell of a lot of the money, that's for sure. And Congress and the Senate, Supreme Court don't seem to have an issue with it. They just like, okay, do that. And then, of course, they'll be like, but look, Trump takes $1 billion, and then they say, but Biden took 50 cents. This is where it's at right now. Biden took 50 cents, though. Kamala took 35 cents. This is what they say. It's like total brainwash. You say, damn, did you see Trump take that $1 billion? And then their answer to that is, Obama took 2 cents. Seriously, this is how bad it is. This is how bad it is.
We're going to try to kill it.
You're going to try and kill it?
Yep.
Wow. Okay. And how?
Well, we're considering legislative options.
Okay, I guess they're going to try to stop Trump's new reparations for the Jan 6 committee. Do you guys believe in reparations? Put a 1 in the chat if you believe in reparations for Jan 6. Put a 1 in the chat if you believe in reparations for Jan 6. Put a 2 in the chat if you believe in reparations for no. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't. 1 in the chat if you believe in reparations for Jan 6. 2 in the chat if you don't believe in reparations for Jan 6.
AKA the
Everybody,
so-called
please.
Anti-weaponization fund.
If I don't get a response from everybody, I'm going to put the chat in subscriber mode. So let's see.
This $1.7 billion fund for
Bad news. We're going to try to kill it.
You're going to try and kill it?
Yep.
Wow. Okay. And how?
Well, we're considering legislative options. We're going to write a letter to the AG to start, but we're considering a legislative option.
Okay.
We're trying to unpack exactly, what the legal machinations are, but can't do that.
Right. And have you ever heard of any other Americans, like other than Trump as an associate?
I haven't.
Who are unauditable by the IRS?
I've never heard that before.
Okay. So would that be part of the legislative?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course. Yeah, you can't do that.
Okay, so Jess says, let me see how many people chimed in on this. Let's look back on this. Did everybody chime in? Put a 1 in the chat if you are for reparations for Jan 6. Put a 2 in the chat if you are not. Let me see. Lisa Lee, you ain't answer, Lisa Lee. Okay. Who else didn't answer? Eric, what's up? Put a 1 in the chat if you believe in reparations for Jan 6. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't. Russell Dixon. Okay, you don't believe in reparations for Jan 6. Yeah, that's good. Okay. I'm just curious about that. Now here's another question. Put a 1 in the chat if you believe in reparations for women in the United States of America. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't. Put a 1 in the chat if you believe. Okay, we end in the last one. Matter of fact, let me do this. I'm going to do something else. I'm going to put a poll up. 2 seconds. I'm going to let this play and then I'm going to put a poll up. Let me see here. Boom. Now, where's the poll? Do I do it like this? How do I do polling? Damn, I don't even know how to do it. All right, let me just let this play and then I will hook a new poll up. Here we go. Let's do it.
Yeah, you can't do that. Pretty clear. That's what I've been saying. That's what a lot of people have been saying. But Brian Fitzpatrick does not sound at all scared of Trump's threats. That was not a fearful guy. But before you give him any sort of profile and courage award, you should know that Brian Fitzpatrick represents a district that Joe Biden won by 3.5 points. He knows that no matter how much Trump thumps his chest, no matter how many times he threatens him, the people who he really has to fear are the general election voters in his district. Those are the people who have the power to take him from congressman to unemployed husband of a much younger Fox News reporter. That's almost certainly why today Congressman Fitzpatrick sent a letter to Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche demanding answers about Trump's new slush fund for Capitol rioters. And Congressman Fitzpatrick isn't just some random member of Congress trying to pick a fight with Trump. He sits on the powerful House Ways and Means Committee, which has oversight over the IRS. So he will have ample opportunity, potentially, to demand more answers about this fund.
What this demonstrates is that Trump is going to lose.
All right. Yeah, Trump is going to lose. Exactly. Now, let me see here. Sorry about that. I'm just curious about this reparations thing. I want folks to answer this.
AOC just
Let me see. Before we go on with this AOC thing, let me see here. Do you support reparations for any of the following groups in the USA? Okay. Now I'm going to say women couldn't vote. Let's say African Americans. Okay. Let's say what was it? Japanese. Americans. Okay. Let's say, who else? Who else? Native Americans? Americans. Okay, and now I forget. Oh, damn! I added too many. Let me see here. Women. Okay, I'm gonna leave it at that. Native Americans. I'm curious about that one. But maybe I should put. I'm just gonna remove Native Americans there because, of course, I can do a different poll with them. And I'm going to put Jan 6 rioters. You let me know. I'm just curious what people think. Go ahead and do your thing. Now let's check out something about AOC here. This is Jack Cocchiarella. Let's see here. Let's get
more
Jack
Democrats need to be doing, and that is bringing in evidence against Donald Trump to the Congress in a hearing room and making sure everyone can see it with their own eyes, holding up the evidence of Donald Trump's crimes, the impact that he has had on our livelihood, and say, look at this, acknowledge it. Do not allow the mainstream media to be distracted. Bring the jingling keys, the shiny object, and show it. Demand that it get attention. AOC is one of the best communicators in the Democratic Party, certainly in Congress and in politics broadly, and I am so happy with what she just did, talking about an issue that we should all be a lot more disgusted with. And it all begins with what Donald Trump had to say just a few short hours ago when he was asked about AI and its impact on our lives. It's where I want to start in this clip right here before we get to AOC.
American families who are scared by the rise of AI. They're worried that their kids are not going to be able to have jobs someday because AI will
I'll tell you, AI has been amazing because right now we have more jobs, more people working right now in the United States by far than we ever had before. And outside of the war, and I assumed the economy was going to go down, the stock market would go down 20-25%. It's actually up. The stock market is higher now than it was before I started the Iran situation. And on the Iran, I had no choice because they were going to have a nuclear weapon. We're not going to give them a nuclear weapon. But that's going to end soon, one way or the other. Oil is going to come tumbling down. There's so much oil. We have 1,600 ships in the Strait that are loaded up with oil that are going to be coming out very soon. So we'll have to see. But the military has been unbelievable. The blockade has been infallible. Not one ship has gotten through the blockade. 37 have tried. They all wish they didn't.
Can you tell us about your call with Erdogan?
Video creators. That is crazy. Trump is still talking about this garbage. I mean, yeah, he's still talking about the Straits of Hormuz, huh? Hasn't been solved yet. Okay. Let's see.
Of course, Donald Trump loves AI. Donald Trump loves posting AI slop. I'm sure AI has started writing Donald Trump's Truth Social post all of the time. The White House is using AI to make racist videos, to do horrible things, to lie to the public. Yes, Donald Trump loves AI. What a shock that is. He also loves the people who are getting rich off of it. He loves Sam Altman. He loves Elon Musk. He loves Mark Zuckerberg and Jeff Bezos. He loves them. Why? Because they give him money. They buy media outlets. They control algorithms. They give Donald Trump all the happy press and attention that he wants. Do we really think the Washington Post, with layoff after layoff after layoff, is not supporting Donald Trump, boosting his agenda? We know they are. Isn't Facebook doing that? Absolutely. Instagram for sure. Twitter is a cesspool, and Elon gets billions and is about to become a trillionaire, partially off of this shit. So yes, Donald Trump loves AI itself, and he also loves how rich it is getting his best buddies. And he certainly doesn't care that it is going to take our jobs, that it is making people stupider, that it is ruining relationships, lives, will devastate the economy for working people. And if Donald Trump has it his way, we will reap none of the benefits. None. During the Industrial Revolution, laborers, fighters, progressives who came before us fought for a 5-day work week, a 40-hour work week.
Now, what's funny, I think, about Americans is like Again, issues that are center issues in the U.S. tend to be in every other Western country. They tend to be left issues. That's how extreme the right is. The right doesn't think about your wage at work, being able to have a wage that allows you to pay your rent. That's not something you work on if you're on the right. Access to education and healthcare, that's not something that's a priority on the right. Access to elder care, child care, that's not something that's a priority on the right. That's not one of their, that's not something they regularly engage in improving, right? Those are considered left issues. But when you look across the rest of the Western world, that's considered center issues, center politic, and it's really sad because people on the right are typified by knowing what they hate, and only being able to recite what they hate. When you ask them what do they want to improve their lives, they will say, get rid of the immigrants. They won't say more education. They will say, get rid of the immigrants. That's literally what they will say. If you ask them, how do we bring the price of goods down, right? How do we bring inflation down? They say, get rid of the immigrants. If you ask them, how do you get the gas price down? Get rid of immigrants or bomb somebody for Israel. If you ask them just shit that every clean water. What do you think about clean water? Should you have access to clean? How come you don't have clean water? Is all the immigrants drinking up all the good clean water? There's no water left for us American citizens. That's what they would say. The reason why the food has gone up is because all the immigrants eating the food. The food that was cheaper price intended for us, all the immigrants are eating it. There's none left over for us. You know what I'm saying? It's like, damn, it's like, everything, the answer is immigrant. And, again, when you talk about left policy in the U.S., that's considered center policy, level-headed policy. It's not even considered left in the U.S. It's considered center. What is left in the U.S. is center everywhere else in the Western world. It's crazy. Look, this is going to illustrate it. Watch.
For labor laws, union rights, labor rights, protections for people. That is what we need right now in the era of AI because it is damaging us deeply. And that is what that's what AOC, not AIC, thank God, AOC made very clear, bringing the evidence of the damage it has done and it will do into Congress. This clip, this is exactly what we need. And stick around for after, because I've got big news to break on an important primary that has...
Yo, big up to Jack Cocchiarelli, man. He's dope.
Relation just to this.
I have a jar right here. This is the current drinking water in Morgan County, Georgia.
Okay, look, somebody said I'm being biased. Anyway, man, look, you, what is this, man? I don't understand it. So what? Yeah, if I'm being biased, but I'm speaking facts. So you can't dispute the fact that left-wing politics in the U.S. is considered center politics everywhere else in the West. You can't debate the fact that only 45% at best of the taxes you pay go to anything that affects your life directly. You can't debate that. And as soon as you leave the U.S., it goes immediately up to 60% and higher. Places like Denmark, it's 70 to 75% of the taxes people pay go directly to something that affect their lives directly. The U.S. is 45%. But that's the state of your reality. That means you pay more for more shit that has nothing to do with you at all, period. And you vote for it. What you see is what you voted for. And you can never get out of that. Yes, you have made a system that works this way, and this is what it does. And that's not a debate. Now, bias, yeah, man, I don't like none of you dumb. Look, why do I like this? Yes, I'm biased towards this. Listen.
Daddy, yeah, I do anything to make you happy. Oh, Trump,
yes.
You are my daddy. Yeah. I do anything to make you happy. Oh,
I'm totally biased. I'm totally biased, yo. I'm totally biased. Okay. The reason why, look, if you ask these right wingers, you ask them why the food is so expensive, they would be like, "Oh, the immigrants eating all the cheap food. That's why it's all the immigrants eating all the cheap food that we supposed to get." But I will argue it's these three motherfuckers eating everything. That's why the cost of goods is higher. It's them. Okay.
Trump, you are my dad.
And yes, I am biased. I'm totally biased, okay?
Yeah, I do anything to make you happy.
This is definitely why I'm biased. And you know, and guess what else I'm biased about? Yes, a sane person like this. I hope she haunts you for the rest of your life. Okay? I hope she anything right wing, I hope she destroys. Okay? I hope she takes away your dreams, your future. Okay? Let's listen.
For after, because I've got a big
This shit is crazy.
I have a jar right here. This is the current drinking water.
Look, this is what's crazy. Americans are proud of this shit. She's talking about your drinking water. Look at this shit. This is your drinking water. You see how brown? You see this? This is fucking nasty. Look at this shit. This is drinking water from the United States of America. Fresh out of the faucet. Fresh out of the faucet. Like I say every day, United States citizens in the Western world are last. They are last. They are treated the worst by their own government in the West. When you're talking about Western countries, they're treated the worst. And they just keep fucking voting for it. Keep accepting it.
In Morgan County, Georgia, right after a data center was constructed, the metadata center was constructed, the only difference between the clean water and this was that data center. I have another one as well. So this wasn't just one well. These wasn't just one family's situation. This is what the drinking water now looks like next to that data center. And I think both of us can agree that neither one of these things are drinkable. These families now have to ship in a rural area,
You know, any normal government will right now be talking about, or any sane government, any government that's governing properly, that knows something about governing, they would be talking about drinking water being under threat. They would be talking about that right now. That would be a political issue. Not in the United States. It's so fucked up. They are so far away from even having any discussion about clean drinking water, and it's literally under threat. And they just don't care. Americans just say, you know how you fix the drinking water? Just pay $20 a liter. That'll do it. You know, seriously, just pay more for it. That's okay. Bottled water, 20 more. Give me 20 more liters. You know, it's like, you know, and $20 a liter. It's like gas. They just pay more. That's how they deal with the problem. Just pay more. That's how you fix a problem. Paying more for it. Everyone else this is a political debate across Europe. Clean water from you know, yeah, exactly. I mean, you know, energy across Europe is a political topic. You know, sustainable energy, green energy. You know, that all that shit got shut down with Biden in the U.S., you know. All the incentives, all the tax credits for the American cars. You know, Cadillac makes Dodge, Chrysler. Cadillac makes electric cars. You don't see many people with them because there's no tax incentive put out there to get them to buy it. So it slowed down. You know, Trump administration slowed down American companies from converting to green. They slowed it down. You know, and the cost of it is just going to be dirty environment. And now they got AI running crazy. And now it's dirty water, even more so. The water was already dirty. And now it's dirtier, you know, thanks to the Trump administration. You know, it's really sad. And people just okay with that. People okay with it. It's sad. It's sad.
This is the current drinking water in Morgan County, Georgia, right after a data center was constructed. The metadata center was constructed. The only difference between the clean water and this was that data center.
Yeah, she should run for president. She should run for president. And because she's serious and she's going to make her opposition look stupid. Period.
I have another one as well. So this wasn't just one well. These wasn't just one family's situation. This is what the drinking water now looks like next to that data center. And I think both of us can agree that neither one of these things are drinkable. These families now have to ship, in a rural area, have to ship water to their house in order to cook and bathe themselves. Now, I'm curious if the EPA plans any investigations on how data centers are affecting water quality and availability. I understand what you said about the rule, but are there going to be any open investigations on this issue?
So as soon as I get back to the office, I will be looking into exactly what you've just talked
Are there
about.
going to be
Because
any
anywhere,
open investigations? Are there going to be any open investigations? Notice how she didn't just say, "Oh yeah, there will be."
whatever type of construction it is a priority to ensure that water quality standards established by EPA are being met. And so we'll be looking into that certainly.
Thank you. I sincerely appreciate that because I think this is of utmost importance, and we're seeing this happening across the country. I'd also like to ask about the administration's push to build more data centers by fast-tracking construction.
Yo, Lisa Lee, you're right. How isn't that criminal? Dirty water. Why is that not a criminal offense? Yeah, exactly. Because you don't have the right to clean drinking water. That's why. That's crazy.
Construction.
You live in a municipality, in a state, in a county, and you don't have the right to clean drinking water.
Because the administration's been issuing executive orders.
I mean, it sounds like you're dealing with a third world country. Like, seriously.
To fast track data center construction when we know that water quality is encountering major issues. Are there any mandates for data centers to do water quality testing prior to construction?
Yo, I'm sorry. What the hell is going on here, man? Somebody in the chat is really acting up, man. What is happening? Sometimes I really wonder. But let me do something real quick. Yo, sorry, there's no room for people that's kind of unserious, man. You take up too much chat space. Like I said, and actually, I should have just put it in subscriber mode because usually people like that don't subscribe. These little simple ass comments. Yeah. Yo, all I can say to somebody like that is
shut the fuck up.
You know, Andrew, shut the fuck up, Andrew. Okay, there you go. Beat it, buddy. Go somewhere else. Get the fuck out of my chat. All right. Seriously, man. That's taking up too many, Andrew's creating dead brain cells in the chat, man. Stupid begot stupid. Okay, so it's no room for people like that over here. Sorry. Find another channel.
Public water supply, drinking water supply sampling.
Wells, yeah.
I'm not aware of anything like that. However, it doesn't mean I'm just not aware of it. Might exist,
yes,
but I'm not.
Of course. I think it's important that you as an agency official, we have to make sure we're doing these investigations. And then us on a congressional level, I'd like to note that I think it's of utmost importance that we also launch congressional investigations into this matter as well so that we can partner with the EPA and ensure that the drinking water for this country continues to be safe and accessible for the American people. So thank you, Administrator.
Thank you.
That is the...
Yo, I'm sorry. I accidentally not blocked, but I put somebody else. I think it's somebody named Rebecca. Sorry about that, Rebecca. I'm gonna try to reverse that timeout. It was actually meant for Andrew, leaving some disgusting comments. Now, yeah, it is what it is. There's bad drinking water, people, and this is the bureaucracy in the U.S. right now. There's more insane madness, though, by the way. Yeah, because literally Trump is just trying to basically throw everything at the wall to see if he can get anything going on, regarding his pockets, whatever kind of grift, anything like that. But let me see here. Speaking of AI, right? Here, there's something else the administration had going on with AI that has changed or developed. So let's see here.
We're tracking a very big story tonight. You may have missed it. It's about big tobacco. According to the New York Times, new campaign finance filings reveal that tobacco giant Reynolds American donated $5 million to a Trump-backed super PAC last month. The Times reports just 2 days later, a top executive at Reynolds and two lobbyists who represent the company had lunch with Donald Trump at his golf club in Florida. According to three people briefed on the meeting who were not authorized to discuss it. And less than 1 week after that, the Trump administration...
Hey, Dylan, what's up, Dylan? Appreciate that, Dylan. Good looking out. No, good to see you.
About a new policy the company had been hoping for that could allow major tobacco companies to sell flavored vapes. The Times points out there is no definitive evidence.
Wait a second.
Linking the new guidance to the lunch, the donation, or any.
Oh, I didn't know about this. I only heard about the AI. That something happened, an executive order or something with the AI with Trump. Some kind of, yeah, but let's see what else it is.
A spokesperson for the White House told the Times the following: the only guiding factor behind the Trump administration's health policy making is gold standard science. A spokesperson for MAGA Inc. said the super PAC is, quote, pleased to accept legal contributions from those who agree with with President Trump's America First agenda. Reynolds did not respond to a request for comment from the Times. Still, the situation has us asking the question again and again and again: is the White House for sale? Joining me now, Natasha Stern, former Treasury official and Yale Law professor, and Brooke Masters, U.S. managing editor for the Financial Times. What is your reaction to this? Flavored vape pens.
As a mother of young children, I have to say it's a little bit like tales old as time, kind of money and politics and lobbying. But this, combined with your last segment, Steph, and talking about the nature of the tax system being used to reward the president's political allies, and now we're talking about the idea that we're going to put flavored vapes in the hands of kids in a way that we know is detrimental to them and highly addictive. I don't know. It feels quite concerning.
You're not the only one who thinks that way, because just 4 days after the new guidance was announced, the FDA commissioner resigned, reportedly telling associates he could not in good conscience remain the head of an agency that backed such a policy. What does that tell you?
Well, it tells you that McCary is the FDA commissioner who resigned, was in trouble for lots of other things, and
Kev, dog,
did
what's
not
up?
exactly have particularly high standards.
Stainless
but
Ninja.
Even for him, flavored vapes were too much. It's worth remembering that
Jess,
those
what's
vapes
up?
have been banned because of the Trump administration. They did the rule in 2019 that said you couldn't addict kids after there was incredible evidence that kids were getting sucked into vaping.
No pun intended. Natasha, there's a new topic here. The president today delayed signing an executive order on artificial intelligence that would have allowed the U.S. government to pre-evaluate the security of AI models. The Washington Post reports tonight that phone calls came in from AI leaders like Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg. These phone calls helped persuade Trump not to sign it. Their words to him, they warned him it could hurt AI development, which is at the heart of the U.S. economy right now. So let's just take a minute. Just a week ago, when we started to see the Trump administration push back on AI and the data centers a little bit, it was like, oh, maybe they're starting to listen to the American people. But boom, as soon as he gets close to signing an executive order that would slightly slow things.
So you see, AOC is pointing out how these data centers are poisoning the communities, and poisoning the drinking water, like the data centers. Also, other things, raising the price of electricity for every person resident in the vicinity. You see what I mean? It has a lot of implications and impacts, negative impacts on communities. It's not done properly. How China is doing it. China is like making some kind of what do they call it? They got some cities where, not cities. How can I say this? Reusable. The AI thing is located right next to a reusable energy thing, or something like that, green energy plant, a plant that creates energy, right? And so it somehow it's offset the effects on the water. At least that's what they're claiming. But in any case, AI has been rolled out in the U.S. very, very rapidly, and they're saying that they're doing this in order to stay ahead of it in terms of the military. But the military has always had some sort of programming like this, right? So you see that this is about money purely. It doesn't need to be a tool that everyone had at their disposal, right? If it's about the military, then why do we need it at our fingertips? You see what I'm saying? And so that's where the bluff is on. The reason why it is having the effects that it's having is because it was released to the general public. That's why it's become a concern. The military has already had it, and it's just terrible. But here, let's see. So Elon Musk and the rest of the tech bros put pressure on Trump to not sign the what is it? It's a new law that was supposed to come into effect. Let me see here. Oh no, it was an executive order he was about to sign. Let's see here. Here we are. Yep. AI executive order.
Reevaluate the security of AI models. The Washington Post reports tonight that phone calls came in from AI leaders like Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg. These phone calls helped persuade Trump not to sign it. Their words to him, they warned him it could hurt AI development, which is at the heart of the U.S. economy right now. So let's just take a minute. Just a week ago, when we started to see the Trump administration push back on AI and the data centers a little bit, it was like, oh, maybe they're starting to listen to the American people. But boom, as soon as he gets close to signing executive order that would slightly slow things, these guys get on the horn and say, it's us versus China. Who do you want to win? Who do you want to win? And he presses pause.
And you know what I find is so striking about this, Steph, and I'm sure you've been reading the same reporting that I have, is kind of the volatility and chaos associated with this postponement. It wasn't that this is like a very measured and thoughtful set of policies that the administration considered. It was literally that you had executives mid-air flying to Washington today for the release of an executive order and then realizing that that wasn't going to be happening. And so I think in and apart from exactly the nature of the importance of safeguards and guardrails around artificial intelligence, which are so first order, there is just this like uncertainty, chaos in the economy that's coming at each and every turn that I think has hugely detrimental consequences.
Brooke, we are on the cusp of multiple I need a bigger word than blockbuster public offerings. SpaceX, OpenAI, Anthropic. How much could this transform our economy, especially with so few guardrails and so much mega wealth in a tiny group of very, very powerful hands?
I think, obviously, if these models turn out to be as useful in displacing people, we could end up with a couple of trillionaires who have absolutely no controls on them. Because what's interesting, at least about SpaceX... Trillionaires, first of all. But SpaceX's IPO's filing, the S1, says basically if you buy SpaceX stock, you have no rights whatsoever. Elon Musk controls it. You can't sue. You can't complain. He's got no fiduciary duty towards you. Basically, it's his company, and you're along for the ride.
Isn't that stunning? Because that's the one hiccup, right? For companies when they have to go public, knowing they have to answer to shareholders, right? They have to act as a fiduciary. Shareholder lawsuits come up every day. And this is all that CEOs deal with. And in the case of SpaceX, it's like, it's truly, this is the house of Elon. You get what you get and you don't get upset. And he's going to get it.
And by the way, to this point, it's not just that he's going to get it. And again, this is a trend that's moving, but it's moving so far in the direction that unprecedented almost doesn't feel like a word that's big enough. But we're also in a situation where I think it's important for your viewers to understand the world's first trillionaire is something that is like highly consequential, not just because of the concentration of wealth that entails, but also because of what it means for political power in our system, and a system that is so...
You live next to people got to understand this. People like Jeffrey Epstein, let's take how he moves, right? He Oh, damn, I got to go and look at this poll. But let me say this first. Damn, I didn't realize okay, the poll is interesting. It's many, when you get a person, there's many billionaires, but let's just take Jeffrey Epstein as an example, how a billionaire moves. A billionaire moves to a small town and ends up owning the whole goddamn town. They can own half of a state if they move to the right state at the right time, where just by the fact of how much money, in lieu of the fact that they have so much money in comparison to what the average person in the state has, right? Obviously, you ain't going to have too many billionaires in one state, right? Those people end up owning everything. And so just because of that, the likeliness of the law ever applying to them or anything ever working against them is just not there. There's no way. They can build a wall. You can't see anything that they're doing. They're insulated by security people, by privacy, by property. You see what I mean? Everything. So a trillionaire poses even more of a threat, because what it does is it permeates everything. Imagine if a crime happens on a billionaire's property. I mean, are the police really? How many police patrol, just regular local police patrol a billionaire's property? Probably not. Where the rich people live, it seems to be less police, right? Doesn't it seem to be like that? Most of the police are where the poor people live and the middle class people live, giving their ass tickets, giving them fines, policing their streets. But where the rich people live, it's actually less police, more private security, right? So they can do pretty much anything they want to do. And if even the sheriff is pretty much working for the billionaire, because the billionaire can pay for their child's education. The billionaire can help them pay some debt off. The billionaire can make sure that the sheriff is living comfortably. Simple. And they can do that. The billionaire can do that for every council member. All of this shit. And everybody knows it. So everyone, just by being capitalistic, everyone is going to find their way to the rich person somehow, some way, whether it's passing a law they like, or whether it's, whatever, being dependent on them for a job outright. Just that's how the shit works. And so when you're dealing with a trillionaire, that's even more devastating. That means you have a person with $1 trillion living in a country in proximity with the average person has nothing. Nothing. That is insane. That is insane. That's a problem, because obviously for one person to have that much wealth, the global wealth, right? National wealth, it has to mean something bad to everybody else by default. Somehow, some way, you become part of their little experiment. Unless you pass laws defending the everyday person, unless you pass laws, limiting people like that, their access to others, their ability to affect others. Like, seriously. And usually how you do it is taxes. You usually make sure that rich ass motherfucker is paying a whole lot of taxes to make sure that, sure, you could be rich, you could be an elitist, but you're going to prop up everybody else too at the same time. You're not going to just prop yourself up with all that money. That's how you balance it out. That's how you protect yourself, by making sure if you amass this kind of wealth, by default, you've now taken on more responsibility to hold up the society too. It's not just on all the middle class and the poor. You're going to have to do your share. And since you got a bigger share of the pie, you're going to have to, share a bigger burden of the responsibility too, and Americans are just the last to do it. We're the last to do it. Sad. We're the last to do it. And we are the first in the West to not have universal health care right now. We're the only ones that not have universal health care, universal education. Don't even, look, people in Denmark get paid to work a McDonald's job. That's a union job. 5 weeks vacation, $20 an hour. United States, what is it? $10 an hour, no vacation. Yeah, it's crazy. What is the housing like in the U.S.? The cost of housing compared to Denmark? It's obviously skyrocketed in the U.S. It's crazy, man.
So ill-equipped, by the way, I'm a tax professor, from a tax perspective, to ever be able to meaningfully capture or have the FISC have any say with respect to the dollars that Elon Musk is going to make relative to the tax collections that we do for regular people. And you heard kind of Jeff Bezos say a version of this in his interview with Andrew Ross Sorkin this week. He thinks that billionaires are already paying their fair share with respect to taxes. I think that as you're in a situation where you're seeing more billionaires and trillionaires, we really need a tax system that's fit for
No, they're not. They're just getting over. And he's getting a big chunk of the tax dollars. You know, it's the American taxpayer holding up these people. Like, it's the exact opposite. It's disgusting, man. And sometimes I'm surprised Americans are still going. I know the policy. I know the views of the right wing, but
today, longtime Jeffrey Epstein
but this
assistant
is
Sarah Kellen testified.
Sorry, but this is it's extreme at this point. It's very, very extreme, you know. But in any case, here's another billionaire, Epstein. This is what they have at their disposal, by the way. You know, you see how long Epstein went on and how insulated his activities were, right? Imagine a trillionaire.
Behind closed doors in a transcribed interview before the House Oversight Committee as a part of its intensive investigation into Jeffrey Epstein and the Epstein elite, and frankly, everything that has to do with him. Now, listen, we've covered the Jeffrey Epstein saga here extensively, and Sarah Kellen is one of the subjects.
Yeah, this is Katie Fang, y'all.
Matters of an episode for Katie Fang News that is a very interesting one. I guess it depends on who you are and what you know about Sarah Kellen and her involvement in the Epstein orbit. That will dictate whether you have any sympathy, empathy, understanding, or any type of grace, I think, to give to her. I am not here to tell you, although I will share my personal opinion after we walk through the information and evidence. I'm not here to tell you what to think about Sarah Kellen. I actually want you to absorb what we know as of today, May 21st, 2026. And I urge you to go and you know, of course, trigger warning and explicit information.
Yo, Flig, exactly. What's up, Flig? Flig says, unfortunately, greed has taken over America to the extent that people have to work 2 to 3 jobs just to get by in life. Modern slavery. It's real. It's so sad, too. It's so sad. It's so sad.
Information warning. Go and review what is available, albeit limited, on the Epstein DOJ website about Sarah Kellen before you maybe come to your own conclusions. If you put in the word Kellen, K-E-L-L-E-N, into the search parameters in the DOJ website, there's only 169 hits. For me, that is troubling. Because for somebody to have been working as intimately as she did with Jeffrey Epstein for as long as she did, I find it hard to believe that her name only hits 169 times in more than 3 million documents. And then the way that her name has been redacted in some of the documents that I'm going to show you is just bizarre. So I can only go so far into being able to discern what happened with the investigation and ultimate decision not to prosecute Sarah Kellen. Much of this information has been redacted in what has been released thus far publicly by the Department of Justice under convicted felon Donald Trump. But I want to share it with you because I do think you should know, and then you'll come again to your own conclusion. So let's just get you caught up to speed. You see on your screen right now, this is a subpoena that was issued on March 3rd of 2026, asking Sarah Kellen to appear. She has appeared today, May 21st, 2026. And again, it's a closed door transcribed interview, so we'll be able to see her transcription hopefully in the next few days. Sarah Kellen, longtime Jeffrey Epstein assistant, issued a pre-hearing opening statement It was prepared and it was released to the media, and ABC News got a copy of it and has nicely summarized it for us. So I'm going to be citing right now to the ABC News reporting that has come out about Sarah Kellen's prepared opening statement that she has delivered to House Oversight. She told them that she was sexually and psychologically abused by Jeffrey Epstein for more than a decade. Quote, "He groomed me, sexually and psychologically abused me, controlled me, manipulated me, dominated me, and gaslit me until I could no longer tell which thoughts were mine and which were his," end quote. Sarah Kellen is currently 47 years old, and as I mentioned, she was the subject, the target of criminal investigations, not only by state investigators, but also by federal investigators, including the FBI. In this prepared statement, Sarah Kellen says that she was recruited to go work for Epstein as an executive assistant by a coworker when she was living in Hawaii at the age of 17. She was working at a hotel. A coworker said, "Hey, do you want to go work for Jeffrey Epstein?" Sarah Kellen says she got married at the age of 17, that she was a part of a cult, is what she claimed, and that after she left that marriage at age 17, after being raised in a religious cult and being married at the age of 17, she was divorced and excommunicated from her community. So a man was introducing her to Epstein under the guise that he was a scout for Victoria's Secret. Sounds very familiar, right? And she says that she was, quote, 21 years old, far from where I grew up, stuck on an island in the middle of nowhere with no college degree, no family, no friends, no money, and nowhere to live. She says she was the, quote, perfect target for Jeffrey Epstein. Her first job with Jeffrey Epstein was a period of training where she traveled with him on his private jet to his multiple homes across the world, the U.S. Virgin Islands, Florida, and New York. Quote, "After months of unpaid labor, he, as in Jeffrey Epstein, instructed me to draw him a bath on his island, then ordered me to undress and get in with him. He said, 'The job is yours. Now you just have to keep it.' He then pulled me onto his bed and made clear what keeping the job required. Only after I submitted to his sexual abuse did the paychecks begin." Sarah Kellen telling House Oversight, Epstein's abuse happened on a weekly basis and was at times violent, including an incident in Palm Beach where she was violently choked and raped by Epstein. Quote, "I was being paid in part to be raped. I was on call to him every hour of every day." Kellen claims that she continues to suffer from depression, anxiety, and PTSD as a result of the abuse she suffered at the hands of Jeffrey Epstein. She claims that she was completely in the dark about the infamous sweetheart plea deal that Jeffrey Epstein was given and agreed to by federal prosecutors in 2007. She said she had no idea that her name was listed in that non-prosecution agreement, as you see here on your screen, as a person who was a co-conspirator with Jeffrey Epstein who was not to be prosecuted. And let's look at that non-prosecution agreement because this is important. It says here, page 5 of 7, in consideration of Epstein's agreement to plead guilty and to provide compensation in the manner described above, if Epstein successfully fulfills all of the terms and conditions of this agreement, the United States also agrees it will not institute any criminal charges against any potential co-conspirators of Epstein, including but not limited to the very first name on this non-prosecution agreement is Sarah Kellen. Next is Adriana Ross, Leslie Groff, the longtime executive personal assistant to Jeffrey Epstein, and then Nadia Marchinkova. According to Sarah Kellen, quote, "No one from law enforcement ever spoke with me, ever heard my side, ever asked me a single question. I did not even know my name was in that agreement. Of this agreement, the United States also agrees it will not institute any criminal charges against any potential co-conspirators of Epstein, including but not limited to the very first name on this non-prosecution agreement is Sarah Kellen. Next is Adriana Ross, Leslie Groff, the longtime executive personal assistant to Jeffrey Epstein, and then Nadia Marchinkova.
So these are other people that were there. The way they're discussing them is that they could be in legal jeopardy, criminal jeopardy, right? So they had to announce that they won't be. Okay, let me see here. The United States also agrees that it will not institute any criminal charges against any potential co-conspirators of Epstein. So they're clearly saying that it could, their presence seemed potentially to be criminal in nature. That's what they're saying. But they're not going to be, including but not limited to Sarah Kellen. And when they have to start mentioning names, that's like they're trying to clear you, even though you could have potentially been a co-conspirator. That's crazy. Adriana Ross, Leslie Groff, Nadia Marcinkova. Okay, that is crazy. That is crazy.
Personal assistant to Jeffrey Epstein, and then Nadia Marcinkova. According to Sarah Kellen, quote, "No one from law enforcement ever spoke with me, ever heard my side, ever asked me a single question. I did not even know my name was in that agreement until after it had been signed and released to the public. The federal government of the United States branded me a criminal in a secret deal with my own abuser without ever once speaking to me." Anticipating House oversight asking her, well, why did you stay with Jeffrey Epstein? She says in her prepared statement, quote, "I had no money, no family, no education, and no sense that I deserved any better. I felt I had nowhere else to go." She feared Epstein's connections to the highest echelons of society. He knew everyone in the fashion industry, academics, finance, government, powerful world leaders, dictators, and everyone in between. From the beginning, he showed me that he was more powerful than basically anyone in the world.
Somebody said, let me see, that was Flig, says, whatever happened to Zorro Ranch? Why do you think they won't talk about it? And where's all the video from Epstein's security cameras? Exactly. I mean, I don't know. My view of it is that they're not talking about the things that could be the worst, regardless, whether it's same thing with the files that have been released. The worst has not been released. The video, and most of that is probably the acts, the videos, photographs, explicit acts documented by people. I'm pretty sure, and you don't talk about things you don't want to bring attention to, right? So to me, Zorro Ranch obviously was just like his, Epstein Island was just like the apartment in Manhattan. So why aren't they talking about it more? They tend to, it just makes me think maybe some of the worst things happened on Zorro Ranch, like how many people have been killed? It's alleged that people have been killed there on Zorro Ranch. And it's been alleged that people have been killed in other areas too. But Zorro Ranch is one that the local police seem to have been able to document some sort of rumors about. So they got the complaint. It's been alleged that this has happened before. And I think one thing that's interesting to me about Zorro Ranch is that it kind of matches up with Sasha Riley's account. Sasha Riley says that in the 80s, they were first doing this on farms, like different farms. They would have huge tents and they would have events, but completely private, 50 people, no more than 50, only the elites, right? And then whatever children they were abusing and others. There was other types of abuse there too. So I don't know how many of you have heard Sasha Riley's audio tapes where he's talking about Trump's attack, how Trump attacked him, assaulted him, and the things that Trump wanted him to do to Trump. Also, not just the things Trump did to him, but the things he wanted the kid to do, the boy to do to Trump. It's like crazy, and allegedly there. He says allegedly people died there, in his accounts. So, I'm thinking Zorro Ranch must be pretty bad if they don't talk about it.
Sarah Kellen also conceding in the
acid tanks. Exactly it.
This opening statement given to House Oversight that Epstein directed her to schedule his daily massages in the early 2000s when he was staying in his Palm Beach residence. She claimed she was given a directory of names and instructed on who to call. She denied ever having knowledge that the people who came to the house, these victims, were underage. She said that she told prosecutors she viewed the masseuses as her peers. In other words, young adults in the early 20s, and it never crossed her mind that any of them could be minors. Sarah Kellen said she only learned that Epstein was sexually abusing minors when news articles started coming out about it in the mid-2000s. She recalled being shocked, angry, and disappointed, particularly angry with Epstein for manipulating her to help orchestrate the abuse of other women, according to records from the DOJ.
Yeah, and so you could see how that doesn't make sense, right? Because Jeffrey Epstein was complicit. He made the people that were helping him orchestrate, he made them even participate in acts, and it was explicit. Like, you know, it wasn't hidden from these people. So it is, you know, obviously, yeah, I don't know what's going on there. It looks like people are getting slapped on the wrist, just making a standard to give everybody a slap on the wrist. So, you know, from this point, like, imagine if you give these people a slap on the wrist, you know, you're giving somebody with more money a slap on the wrist. You see what I mean? Like, seemed like an attempt to wash it all under the table.
Federal prosecutors ultimately decided against charging Kellen, although the internal deliberations that led to that outcome are unclear, according to ABC News. Much of the legal analysis in those prosecution memos remain redacted in the publicly available versions of the DOJ records. That's exactly what I just told you a few minutes ago. So we have no idea why the feds decided not to prosecute Sarah Kellen, even though her name appears as the very first of the people that were never to be prosecuted as a co-conspirator of Jeffrey Epstein. Okay. In her prepared statement, Kellen then says, quote, "I have read articles online labeling me as Ghislaine's lieutenant. That is a gross misrepresentation. I was a literal indentured slave. In fact, she even referred to me as her slave and minion." Kellen underscoring that the federal government never once spoke to her before branding her a abuser or a criminal herself. I want to go through some of the evidence that is available on the DOJ website about Sarah Kellen. I think it's important for us to go through it together. And again, I invite you to make up your own mind about what went on or around involving Sarah Kellen. I'm going to start with this, filed under seal in the grand jury in the Southern District of Florida back in 2007. It has as a bait stamp EFTA 01250560 if you want to look at it yourself. It's the supplemental ex parte declaration number 1 in support of United States response to the motion to quash subpoenas. By way of reference, there was an attempt to quash subpoenas from the grand jury that were being sent out to various third parties. And this was submitted under oath by the special agent from the FBI who was in charge of the investigation into Jeffrey Epstein's solicitation of minors to engage in prostitution and his lewd and lascivious conduct with those minors. This is a sworn declaration from an FBI agent, a special agent, back in 2007. In 2001, Jane Doe, age 14, was recruited by another female known as the letter V to provide Epstein with a personal massage. At the time, V was 17 years old. V's first contact with Epstein was at the age of 15 for the purpose of providing him with personal massages. Jane Doe estimates that she returned to Epstein's home approximately 100 times between 2001 and 2003. Now I'm speaking to you. That is the time when Sarah Kellen was scheduling Jeffrey Epstein's massages. Remember, she said in her opening statement to House Oversight that this was in the 2000s when Jeffrey Epstein was at his Palm Beach residence. At the end of each of these massages, Jane Doe, now remember, this is a 14-year-old girl. Jane Doe was paid $200 to $400 by Epstein. A 14-year-old girl being paid $200 to $400 by Epstein for massages. Paragraph 5. On one occasion when Jane Doe was approximately 16 years old.
Carlos Blancas, you joined June 7th, 2023. Okay, let's read your comment. Imagine Rokana and Massey going after Zorro Ranch. They would not, because they are control ops. Wah, wah, wah. I don't think so. That's coming off a little flat. Yo, add some stuff on your YouTube page, man. Let people know who you are, what you look like, and just in general, man. Don't be afraid.
Years old. Epstein's assistant
out here trolling.
Assistant redacted. Why is it redacted? Telephoned Jane Doe and told her that Epstein wanted Kellen, as in Sarah Kellen, to photograph her. Jane Doe traveled to Epstein's Palm Beach home, where Kellen took a series of nude photographs of Jane Doe posing at several locations on Epstein's property. Jane Doe was paid $500 for posing nude for the photographs. Jane Doe reported that Sarah Kellen used a digital camera to take the nude photographs. This information further leads me, as in the special agent of the FBI, to believe
Hey, Eric, what's up, man?
that the computers that are the subject of the grand jury subpoena are likely to contain evidence of Jeffrey Epstein's solicitation.
Trump. Okay, I'm sorry about that. Edward says, when Trump leaves office, he will flee the country and all his assets will be seized and he will be tried for his crimes in absentia. I believe so. And in other words, for the country to survive, that and a whole lot more has to happen. Like, all those people have to be brought to justice. They shouldn't be allowed to get away with that money. That's the American people's dollars, tax dollars, people sweat, give blood, sweat, and tears to earn. And all that grifting, I'm sorry, it has to be punished. It has to be punished. And if you didn't punish Biden, then you must punish this. Okay.
Of minors.
Notice how they haven't punished Biden for corruption. Notice that. Isn't that interesting? Is that an admission that Biden didn't commit any corruption? Think about that,
To engage in prostitution.
It's never about corruption with money when you're talking about the Trump administration prosecuting people. It's never about money. No. It's always about technicalities. I mean, and other technicalities.
And may contain child pornography under penalties of perjury, signed and executed August of 2007.
14-year-old. This is a 14-year-old they talking about with Jeffrey Epstein. And what year was this? Let me see here. What year did they say this was? I declare independent. Okay, no. So this was things that happened in the 90s, apparently, right? And while he was being tried in 2009, right? Something like that. I believe so. Let me go back. On one occasion when Jane Doe was approximately 16 years old, Epstein's assistant telephoned Jane Doe and told her that Epstein wanted Kellen to photograph her. Jane Doe traveled to Epstein's Palm Beach home with Kellen, took a series of nude photographs, and Jane Doe, posing at several locations in Epstein's property. Jane Doe was paid $500 for posing nude for the photographs. Jane Doe reported that Kellen used a digital camera to take the nude photographs. So Kellen is claiming, she's like, I didn't know. I had no idea this grown man was molesting 16-year-old girls. I thought she was 20 like me. Had no idea, huh? But she was calling them also. That is crazy. So, I mean, yeah, she's in criminal jeopardy. She's in criminal jeopardy here. Let's go back. Now, let me see. What does this one say? Let me just blow this up so I can make sure I see this properly. Boom. Let's see here, right? What does this say? It says Epstein with the personal massage. The first time V brought Jane Doe to Epstein's home at 358 El Brillo Way, Palm Beach, Florida. V and Epstein engaged in sexual intercourse in front of Jane Doe. V was 17 years old at the time. So Jane Doe was 16 or 15? Okay. V's first contact with Epstein at the age of 15 was for the purpose of providing him with personal massages. Damn. Jane Doe estimated that she returned to Epstein's home approximately 100 times between 2001 and 2003. That means she was there every 3 fucking days. That is crazy. That's a lot. And she's not the only one. Like, just think about that. This is just one of many. That is crazy. Actually, it's good to take a good look because Katie kind of goes through these things, but
with Epstein.
Let me see here. Is this the same one? Yeah, this is the same one. She went to the home 100 times. Look, In 2001, Jane Doe was 14 and was recruited by another woman with the name that started, another female by the name of V. But she was first recruited when she was 14. That is insane. But there's a lot of other Epstein files coming out. You know, apparently there's more now. I'm not sure how many more, but there's more that have been unredacted, right? So I believe TMZ had some, and they interviewed Ro Khanna. Let me see here. Is Ro Khanna here? And Ro Khanna talks a little about it. So let's see what TMZ had to say.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. I only remember at airports, but I think just because of, I think Twitter is a platform where everyone can see what the reception is like. So I think when people in DC and across the country, people in the House of Representatives see how we interact with politicians, I think it kind of opens them up more to us.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're very happy to be here.
Good.
Now, the Epstein files. What to say about those?
Today we are producing more than 3 million pages, including more than 2,000 videos and 180,000 images.
Even though the DOJ released 300,000 files today, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche said there are at least a few 100,000 more.
Let's start off, how did you get roped into this? How did you become such a, I mean, it's evident that you are involved in this case extensively, especially with the Transparency Act. Talk to me a little bit about that.
It's been the biggest release of Epstein documents in decades, and I never thought we would get to this point. And we still have a lot of work to do to get the remaining documents and to get actual investigations and prosecutions of these men who raped these young girls. I've always had a sense of standing up for justice and transparency. It comes from my grandfather, Amarnath Vidyalankar. He was part of Gandhi's independence movement. He was dedicated 15 years of his life in that struggle. And so when this came to my radar that there were these women who had never faced justice, I wanted to fight for transparency. And I had a person on my team, Sarah Drury, who said, you know, we should do legislation on this. And then Thomas Massey also said, well, if you were true, there were young girls who were raped and abused and trafficked. Many of the world's most famous, powerful, wealthy people participated in either the abuse of these girls, the trafficking of these girls, or in a network which covered it up. And they thought they got to write the rules for their own benefit. And so this Epstein class that I have taken to calling them, they don't play by the same rules as everyone else. And they think that the country is designed for them. And this has really angered people. It's a sense that there are two tiers of justice in America.
Interesting. It's also been interesting to see how, Epstein's grasp was far beyond the United States.
Yeah.
You saw the fallout with people overseas. Ahmed bin Sulayem, you had obviously Andrew Mountbatten Windsor.
I just saw the British ambassador today.
Yeah.
He was talking about how it's put Starmer's entire government at risk. And, of course, Lord Mendelsohn, who was the ambassador here, taking him out. And the king's brother implicated in possibly a criminal prosecution. Never happened in recent history with the royal family. And so this has had global...
Right. So TMZ, I don't know if they're going to reveal some incredible information out of this, but apparently there is more. So let me see. But let me see who else reported on
Jeffrey Epstein's longtime assistant is facing questions from the House Oversight Committee behind closed doors. Sarah Kellen is the latest witness to sit for a transcribed interview.
Right, here we go.
But there's a unique challenge: how to handle someone who says she was victimized by convicted sex offender Epstein, who has also been accused of handling the logistics and facilitating that abuse. Kellen is one of 4 women named as a potential co-conspirator in that now infamous 2007 sweetheart deal, though her lawyers say she was never consulted about it and didn't even know she was named until years later. She says that association has led to her being villainized for decades as she works to cope with her own sexual and psychological abuse at Epstein's hands. though some Epstein survivors remain angry at Kellen and her position in Epstein's orbit. Democratic Congressman James Walkinshaw of Virginia was just in that room and is stepping out to join us. Thank you so much, Congressman, for being here. Anything that stands out to you so far from this interview? What are you learning from Sarah Kellen?
Well, we've just gotten started, but Ms. Kellen described to us the process by which she was recruited, groomed, and then abused by Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. She described, like unfortunately others we've heard from, being raped and abused while Epstein was serving the sentence for the sweetheart deal that he got from Alex Acosta, which allowed him to go on continuing to victimize people. She shared with us, somewhat astoundingly, that until 2019, she was never interviewed, never talked to the FBI or any law enforcement agency, despite the abuse she endured and the knowledge and information.
Hold on, let me hear that one more time.
Never interviewed, never talked to the FBI or any law enforcement agency.
So she was never interviewed by the FBI or law enforcement agency in the U.S.
To go on continuing to victimize people. She shared with us, somewhat astoundingly, that until 2019, she was never interviewed, never talked to the FBI or any law enforcement agency, despite the abuse she...
From when? Since when? When did he say?
Victimize people. She shared with us, somewhat astounding.
Until 2019. So let me just see something here, just for the record. Her name is what's her name? Kellen, right? Who? Let me see here. Until 2019. Who was the... I'm curious who this is. Now let me bring this back. Hear that one more time. Let's see here.
Like unfortunately others we've heard from, being raped and abused while Epstein was serving the sentence for the sweetheart deal that he got from Alex Acosta, which allowed him to go on continuing to victimize people. She shared with us, somewhat astoundingly, that until 2019, she was never interviewed, never talked to the FBI or any law enforcement agency, despite the abuse she endured and the knowledge and information she had about Epstein and Maxwell and how they operated. So we've heard some pretty astounding things already in a short period of time.
Yeah, so there was a woman. So there's a woman who testified who said the woman alleged that Jeffrey Epstein introduced her to Donald Trump in the 1980s, right? So this is early 80s. So when she was, or mid 80s. So when she was a minor between 13 and 15 years old at a location in either New York or New Jersey, she detailed a horrific account to investigators, claiming she physically bit Trump to fight him off during an attempted sexual assault. She also noted receiving threatening phone calls over years, forcing her to stay quiet. Now, hold on. There's one other, let me see here. Congressional investigation. Now, what is her name? It doesn't say. Let me see here. At the House Committee, right? Oversight. Let me see here. I'm just curious what claim it is and who the president was. She said until 2019, right? That would be, who would that be? Would that be Biden or Trump? That would be Trump or Biden. I'm just curious. Okay, what did she say about Trump? According to the sources familiar with her closed-door testimony, Kaylin answered questions regarding, okay, so this is, let me go back. During the hearing, Justice and FBI failed to even interview Kellen until 2019. Okay, so it's her too. So she was the assistant, and they failed to interview her until 2019. Damn. And look, working closely with Epstein over a decade in 2001, that's almost 20 fucking years. That's almost 20 years past before they even interviewed her. So this is not just like one. She testified that while she believed Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein had once been close friends, she never witnessed any inappropriate but who is this? This is Kellen, right? She never witnessed any inappropriate acts or illegal behavior by Trump. New leads for the committee, despite declining to speak on the specific abuse of other victims. Kellen provided the committee with 3 new names of individuals tied to Epstein's abuse network. Chairman Comer called her testimony the most substantive and productive interview the committee has had yet. Okay, really? I wonder why that is. But in any case.
And as we laid out, Kellen is alleged to be both complicit in Epstein's crimes as well as a victim herself. How do you see it, and how are you approaching the questioning?
Well, I think it is most likely as you described it. That obviously makes this a more sensitive and delicate interview than others that we've had. But at the end of the day, the purpose of our investigation is to get as much information as possible about Epstein, Maxwell, anyone else engaged in or involved in those crimes. Ms. Kellen has some of that information, and we hope to get it today over the course of the interview.
What? Yo, Eric, you serious? Oh shit. Yo, I'm sorry, y'all. I got to get out of here actually, but I just wanted to check that out. But listen, somebody said here, Eric says, let me pull that up on the screen here if I can. 2 seconds. Eric says, what did he say? Have you heard? Right, there was an attack, y'all. Let me look this up. This is the last one. Let me see here. That is crazy. Did 2 Trump supporters attack? Did a Trump supporter? Let me see. Yeah, some man got attacked, and his pictures are all out. As a matter of fact, yes, I'm going to show. Damn, it says Karen Sharon. Incident involved a brutal assault on Karen Sharon, 69-year-old Army veteran, widely known in the community for owning the local Trump house, a home heavily decorated with towering pro-Trump banners and American flags. The details of the assault and the suspects include the attack occurred outside Sharon's home at the intersection of East Mission Avenue and Buchanan Street. Sharon was outside his property when the suspect allegedly launched a vicious, unprovoked physical. I'm sorry. Damn. You can tell I'm getting tired. Physical, unprovoked assault against him. The beating was so severe that a Good Samaritan who rushed in to try to save Sharon was also injured. According to Sharon's wife, Maria, her husband suffered catastrophic injuries and was hospitalized in critical condition, and the doctors do not expect him to survive. What? The suspect, police quickly arrested Thomas Caleb Butler, a 32-year-old man who lives just around the corner from Sharon. Butler was found fleeing on foot about a half a mile away and has been booked into a Vista detention facility. Is the attacker a Trump supporter? While local rumors, internet speculation instantly began swirling about the attacker's political motives, including questions about whether this was an intra-party dispute. The Escondido Police Department has not yet verified the suspect's political affiliations or definitive motives. Sharon's wife stated she believes her husband was targeted directly because of the high-profile Trump display on their lawn, which have been vandalized in the past and have drawn complaints from some nearby residents over the years. Because of the extreme violence, the police and nature of the location, local Congressman Darrell Issa stepped into demand an immediate federal investigation. Now, let me see here. This is crazy. This is crazy. Let me see. This man was so brutalized. It's such a shame. I hate to see political violence, but listen, let me just put this man in here because this is horrible. Horrible. Let me see. I saw some pictures. As a matter of fact, yeah, okay, I can't open it up here, but I saw some pictures and the pictures were just gruesome. This man was beaten so horrifically, and regardless of who did it, it's totally wrong. It's totally wrong, man. I can't believe somebody would do this to another person. Where are the damn images at? Are the images here? It's this man right here. This man was, you see how bad he was beaten? Do you see this? This is horrific. How can you beat a person this bad? It's just terrible. It's just terrible. But let me see if I can blow this up a little bit, because this is really, really bad. I mean, look at this. Look at this. How can you beat somebody like that over just them having on some clothes like a Trump hat or something? Yo, this is insane. This is insane. It says here, that dude's going to go to jail for a long time. The wife of the elderly San Diego man brutally beaten outside his MAGA-inspired Trump house said there's no hope for her husband after the vicious attack left him fighting for his life. Carrie Sharon, 69, was in critical condition following the violent assault outside his Escondido property on Wednesday afternoon. His wife, Maria, revealed to the California Post through tears that her husband isn't expected to survive. That's going to be murder, y'all. He's going to be there for a long time. Alleged assailant, 32-year-old Thomas Caleb Butler, was arrested on attempted murder charges and faces life in prison if convicted. Sharon, who describes himself as an Army veteran, is known for adorning his Buchanan Street home with Trump flags and other pro-America regalia. Man, this is horrible, y'all. This is fucking horrible. Yeah, sorry about that, man. This guy is 69 years old, too. This is him right here. Said there's no hope for her husband following the brutal attack. In March video, he showed up with an American flag displayed outside his property in tatters after apparent vandalism. Somebody decided that our stuff is not good. Incredible. Look at this. They've even ripped the American flag. Okay. So this is the man and his wife being married, Yeah, this is just, I don't know what's going on with people, man. People need to learn how to, like I said, live and let live. But there's a lot of people that don't believe in live and let live, right? There's a lot of people that believe, you got the right to do something, to hate other people. Look, if you don't like somebody, their political opinion, then just let them be. Why do you have to be against them? Just let them be, right? Just let them be. Even these guys right here. I mean, because they can't help it. Look at them.
Oh, Trump, you are my daddy. Yeah, I do anything to make you happy.
I mean, I would never do anything to them. I would never try to stop them from being these fucking idiots. Not violently. I wouldn't try to physically stop them from being idiots. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. In any case, you gotta let people be. You gotta let people be. Man, come on. This is just horrific. Had not been arraigned. Okay. The person has not been arraigned on charges as of Thursday morning and is ineligible for bail according to jail records. He is scheduled to appear on Friday in court. So I want to see who the person was. They said it was a person named Caleb that assaulted him, right? Here we go. Let me see if I can find a picture of this dude, man. I should just ask. I'm going to ask, be very specific here. What was his attacker's ethnicity? Let's see here. Just curious about that. And then I'm going to be out. Appreciate everybody. Hit the like button for me. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed. I'm off now for 3 days, so I'm going to get busy in the next 3 days. I will have hopefully at least four streams coming. So let me see here. Okay, law enforcement released local investigative reporting have not explicitly detailed Thomas Caleb. So he ain't black. Because they would have been like, black man. That shit would have been on Fox News. Black, Arab, Muslim. What's his religion? Nothing. We don't know nothing. So he can't be Christian. You know what I'm saying? It's like, if you don't know anything about him, that means he's Christian, actually. White male, Christian background. We don't know anything else. Okay. Let me see. I'm just joking. Let me see. Military service. And Butler is a 32-year-old Navy veteran who served for several years and is currently a registered Republican voter. Damn. You was right, Eric. Goddamn. The Trump supporter context, according to reporting from the California Post, family, friends, and neighbors noted that Butler actually supported Donald Trump and previously told people he liked the Trump House displays. Mental health crisis. Rather than a politically motivated dispute, investigators and family friends indicated that the brutal attack stemmed from severe ongoing health issues. Butler is currently unemployed and has been struggling with deep psychological issues and managing his medication following his time. Well, Trump doesn't believe in none of that shit. Help for the veterans, mental people that are experiencing mental. He doesn't believe in it. That's called woke. You can't have woke policies. Buck it up. Pull your pants up. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps, man. That's the MAGA policy. Everyone's super strong. We're super elitist. Stop asking for help. I had to do it by myself. So do you. Type of policy. It's sad, man. It's sad. It's sad. It's a sad world, man. It's a sad world. We need to take better care of each other. We need to take better care of each other and care more about each other. Care more about the human being. Stop thinking about the color, the race, the gender, the political party. Just care for Americans. Care for each other. Care for each other. Because this is what happens. People become isolated. It looks like a case of the chickens coming home to roost. I hate to say it that way, but damn, it's like, isn't it? Like, does MAGA believe in healthcare for mentally ill or people even just experiencing psychological bouts? You know what I mean? He didn't have a job. He was, typical story across America, right? People stressing out because of the economy, because of lifestyle of Americans, It's just something to think about, like something to think about. Anyway, I'm out, y'all. That one made me sad. I didn't like seeing that guy's face, but yeah, we got to do more, and I really call on Americans to care a little more about each other, regardless of political affiliation, gender, all of these things, ethnicity. Like, stop replacing love with excuses. You know, stop replacing, opportunities for love with excuses and care with excuses, finding reasons to not care. It's like, it's totally self-destructive. It is self-destructive, But on that note, I'm out. I'll be back. I appreciate everybody for coming out. Stressing because he want to destroy all of us and shit. Exactly. I can't kill another one. Get another foreigner out of here. Where they at? It's too many foreigners. Ah! Then he just kills another person that believes the same shit as him. He couldn't even wait to come across a Democrat, huh? God damn, That's because the Democrats be on low profile. They don't have their flags and shit. They don't have whole lights and shit up. Like, look at me, Trump. Democrats be on low profile. You don't really necessarily know. You don't really know, but the Trump supporters, they be out here like this. Beat me up. Here I am.
Oh, Trump, you are my daddy. Yeah, I do anything to make you happy. What is that?
Yeah, so on that note, I'm out. They couldn't miss them, huh? You can't miss these types. These guys make it real hard to miss them. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It's like you're never gonna miss them and shit. The libs are hiding behind them. That's some funny shit. The libs. See, you can't see the libs. They're there, but these three are just blocking them all out. Damn. In any case, y'all, I appreciate everybody for coming out, yo. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. I'm sorry. What's wrong with me? Something's wrong with me, man. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be laughing. But in any case, y'all, I'm going to see you guys. I'll be back soon. I'll be back today. I appreciate it. One. Have a good rest of y'all morning, all right? In the U.S., good day to you in Europe. Peace, everybody. One. Come on. I want to teach these guys a song. And it goes a little something like this. You hear it?
They don't know that I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, but I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know
that I'm gonna hit them with this shit.
They don't lie, that I'm gonna be your mind tonight. Born on this planet full of hate, inherited from our harshest past.
See ya.
They're better than our society's identity.
But then again, can you tell me that's free?
They explain to you what your mind should perceive.
Suggest things they want you to believe, like your skin color dictates your race. They calling you an idiot to your face, like life is much more simple than that. We all slaves and the cards are stacked. Why are we fighting over problems we can fix? Industrialists turn our kids to addicts.
The
See
television
ya.
does the job, introduce you. The radio's right there to seduce you. Keep you locked on the wrong damn track. The cigarettes is just legalized crack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. What? Stop believing in the flag, it's a trap. Cause men rule this world, that's a fact. They don't know, but I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, but I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know, that I'm gonna hit them with this shit. They don't lie, that you're gonna free your mind tonight. 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 If you see a man that needs help, then help a brother. If you see a sister on her own, still love her. Cause life is about how you choose to see it. But you gotta teach people how to learn to see it. The planet's been through suffering many times. We propagate many wars many times. The people need to wake up and stop accepting deceit from their own government's deception. You can't blame the people for needing protection from the government's bad reputation. We need to sing a song called Free the Nation, cause we done had a whole lot of separation. Racism, classism, nationalism, based on keeping people out on the plantation. That's the plan, no doubt, cause rich people got a plan, no doubt. If you still don't understand and believe that we are all one from the same mother and respect each woman and man with the same consideration you would like to be given on a daily, then you need to retire so the new generation can take over and show you how to live and govern this place we call Earth home. Everybody here, yeah. Check it out. They don't know, kid. They don't know. But I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie. But I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know. That I'm gonna hit them with this shit. They don't lie.
I traveled the globe just to gain perspective, the theory of relativity applied. Of course, it took a while to decide how I should proceed, but even my life is truly based upon need. So I move forward with more deliberate speed, smash corny motherfuckers that stuck on greed. My seed is worth more than $1 million in future stock. The goal is to break the safe, the padlock. Mad cats can't stop it, need a rocket. Your style is boring and cold, mine is tropic. Battles you want, commit, you'll change the topic. My partner stood there to put your beat in the pocket. So this nigga here can proceed to destroy your stereotypical pop rap gangsta ploy. Not hating on niggas from the ghetto, but I'm hating on copycat rappers from the meadow. They procreate bullshit without paying the price. That's like talking about CeeLo with no dice. I drink milk, but that's about it. I won't compare dairy MCs to dope shit.
I want you full undivided in this here place. We came to entertain and to educate your bum ass niggas and your non-believers. You know we change your membrane every time you see us. The odds can't stand